area now known as Chatham-Kent is the traditional territory of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. The Lenape also inhabited these lands at the time of the written treaties. We also acknowledge the Indigenous peoples who traveled these lands before the written treaties. Today, Chatham-Kent neighbors the Lenape, El-Napawi, Lakawit, also called Delaware Nation of Moraviantown, and the unceded territory of Bakajwanong, Wapua Island First Nation. Chatham-Kent continues to be home to diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Chatham-Kent is covered by Treaty 2, the Detroit Treaty of 1790, Treaty 7, Sombre Township Treaty of 1796, and Treaty 25, Longwoods Treaty of 1822. We also recognize that this region is subject to the earlier wampum agreements, like the two-row wampum and the dish with one spoon wampum. As beneficiaries of these treaties, we recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Mayor, there is no supplementary agenda this evening. Rules of decorum at a council meeting. The municipality of Chatham-Kent supports open meetings that welcome debate of public policy issues in an atmosphere of inclusiveness, integrity, civility, fairness, and respect for differing points of view. Anyone conducting themselves in a way that disturbs, disrupts, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, interrupts or makes derogatory statements, or hate speech, defamatory comments about councillors, staff, speakers, or fellow members of the public may result in removal from the premises. This also applies to deputations. We ask that you do not approach council members if they are seated in their council seats, and the public, unless invited, is not permitted to come into the gated horseshoe area. The use of posters, signage, and literature is also prohibited. Attendance this evening, we have everyone present. Councillor Bondi and Councillor McGrail are participating virtually. Mr. Mayor, there are 4 disclosures of pecuniary interest on open session agendas. Councillor Story is for 3 planning applications, 12D, E, and F, and Councillor Wright is for 12F, the other planning application. This evening, Mr. Mayor, we have recognition, we have an artist feature, and I'll have Brock McGregor introduce him. And he does have a presentation once we get that done.
Thank you. Bernie Ritsak was born in Saskatoon and raised on a farm near Alvina, Saskatchewan. After high school, he enrolled in engineering at the University of Saskatchewan and graduated from mechanical engineering. He moved to Ontario to start his career in the automotive industry, getting his first job at Canadian Fram in Chatham, Ontario, just as clean air was becoming a concern. Bernie was involved in developing emission control products for auto manufacturers. In the late 80s, General Motors tried to introduce airbags, and Bernie became instrumental in achieving a reliable sensor for deploying airbags that GM needed for the program to be a success. This career path took him back to emission control products that were now operated electronically and were developed to be more precise and responsive. After retiring in 2006, Bernie started his journey as a wood artist. Bernie is a wood artist from Chatham, Ontario, and uses a lathe in his creations to spin pieces into art, such as vases, whimsical musical instruments, or whimsical characters. His endeavors include development of the processes necessary to create original designs in wood. He has been following his passion since 2006 when he purchased a large lathe and joined the Thames Valley Woodturners Guild in London, Ontario. Bernie has a number of accomplishments, a few to highlight. In 2008, he was juried into a show at American Association of Woodturners in Richmond, Virginia. He's been featured a number of times locally in Eye for Art and at Art Space. And from 2022 to 2025, he was juried into a curated show, Paint Ontario in Grand Bend, receiving first place for sculpture and 2 honorable mentions for his entries. Please welcome Bernie.
Thank you, Brock, for the wonderful introduction. And thank you, for Mr. Mayor and councillors, for having me speak tonight. It's wonderful to share my story in wood turning with you. So I'm just going to go to some information I have to share with you. before I start. If you're interested in learning more and seeing more of my art in person, the sheets that were handed out have my email address and my phone number, so you can contact me to set up a private studio tour with myself. I'd love to have you there. Okay, so now we're just going to start with slides that portray my work, and I'll make a few comments as I go along. So my first slide is showing wood items made. Those are bowls. With wood turners start turning wood, they first just make basic ordinary wooden bowls. So I did that for a few years, and then I started making more elaborate bowls. So these are sculptured bowls that I did with more intricate designs. Then it led to more elaborate designs. This is a miniature Arendelle clock miniature that I posted to an AAW website. That's American Association of Wood Turners. I got an award for that. 2010, I entered the platter to the London Wood Show, and I won an award in that as well. 2008, juried for use. That was in Richmond, Virginia, and that was a mandolin that I designed out of wood. It plays well, it did well, and everybody enjoyed that. 2009, I was juried into Albuquerque, New Mexico, with an abstract of a musical instrument. This was called Desert Harmonies. It's made with segmented wood turning processes, which means gluing up pieces. I'll just give you an example so you understand for the rest of the show. If you put different strips of wood, take a board, put different strips of wood, and then cut pie sections out of that and glue that pie into a round shape, and you spin it, you get what that top surface looks like if you arrange your woods correctly. So you have like a feather type of effect on that item. So a lot of my work is done with glue ups and cutting and things like that. I also added another body of work to the previous slide when I went to Albuquerque, New Mexico, just to show people that I can do more than just one piece. So I had a body of work, and I actually sold a few of those in New Mexico or in Albuquerque as well. With the pieces I left over from the previous works, I made these other free forms using wire that was left over from the mandolin and using the knockoff pieces that were left over from other things. So I get inspiration from different sources. I get inspiration from my own work. I get inspired by nature and either other people as well. I made special boxes using a router and jigs. That's just normal boards that were cut up, and then I used the router to pierce them really thin and turn them into round boxes. The War of 1812, that was done. That's a fairly recent one, maybe in the last 5-6 years. And that's commemorating Chief Tecumseh that fought with the British near the banks of the Thames River. And the opposite side of that, this was on display in front of the mayor's seat there. So you can see the Chief Tecumseh is pictured as well. So I make my own stencils for airbrushing the figures on my art, and so how that's done. This was a show I did in Chatham. Grecian vases were used for liquids when they were as clay products. This is a wood product that I created with, again, my own stencils, coloring the wood reddish and then overlaying with black paint using stencils. So one of them is on display as well, again, in front of the mayor's chair. And again, if you want to see more, if you want to see these in person, give me a call, and we can talk about those. I also did a YouTube video of my talk at ArtSpace a few years ago. So if you punch in Bernie Hritzak, Exploring Grecian Vases by Bernie Hritzak, you will find that I talked about 10 different styles of Grecian vases. So this is another one, Grecian period of Greece. I designed all of those graphics myself to cover that part. This piece is 24-inch diameter by 34 inches tall. You can see how fast I have to move to create these because I'm kind of blurry in that picture. Anyway, these are Ukrainian art pieces on the top, and the bottom ones they're also Ukrainian art. These were all in Paint, Ontario at some point in time. I do abstract art, intricacies of free trade. This was done for Krista Freeland's first meetings that she had with the first Trump term and her team. So I wanted to portray how difficult it was for them to resolve the issues, and even now it would even be worse. But so you have these thin strips of wood going through a dollar sign, basically, and trying to hit each spot correctly. The different colors portray the different flags involved in that. And so intricacies of free trade. Nowadays, those things would be even more difficult, but that's my thoughts. The one on the right, for sale, they had a for sale sign, a ride to the palace, for sale sign, and contact KC, King Charles. I did that a few days before King Charles was coronated. A guitar I did in 2017. An editor of an AAW magazine contacted me in Pittsburgh at a symposium and convinced me to do a write-up for concepts for a wooden guitar. I had to actually create the guitar to do the write-up, and he gave me 7 pages out of 48 in the magazine. My latest concepts, engraving patterns in the wood and filling with metallic color. So you can see flower patterns and leaf patterns on both of those pieces. So those are engraved to like about an inch or a 1/16 of an inch to an 1/8 inch thick, deep, and then they're overcoated with metallic paints. And when you look at it from close up, it looks like a piece of fabric that's inserted. So I really like that concept, and I'm actually exploring much more with that. I'd like you to check out the ornaments at Art Space. These are some of my ornaments on display there. There's many more ornaments. Every year I try to do a different style of ornaments because a lot of people in Chatham collect my ornaments. So every year they buy, today's version and then next year's version and so on. So have a look. These might be sold already, I don't know, but it's still worthwhile. There's other art at Art Space. I've got other art there. I've got vases and things like that. So check it out. Also at Thames Art Gallery, I have 2 pieces that were curated into the show there about a month and a half ago. So that's it. I'd like to thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors, for having me here tonight. And have a wonderful Christmas.
Mr. Mayor, we'll now have our second recognition of Sam Stoffen for receiving the Laceratoma Youth Service Award, and I'll pass it over to Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Judy. Sam Stoffen, this past May, was selected as Chatham Laceratoma Youth Service winner. She was then selected as the Laceratoma Youth Service winner for Canadian region. She was then selected by Laceratoma International as their Youth Service of the Year winner. They make a donation to the charity of the winner's choice, and she chose to give the money to Chatham Goodfellows. She was accepted to Cambria College in the paramedic program. She continues to help her community when and where she can. This year's winner, Sam Stoffen.
We could have you and the group come up. We'd love to take a picture with you. Everyone's here to support her. Please come up.
I had read this over, but I thought,
Okay, we'll move on to planning services.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The process to be followed for each application tonight will be as follows. One, the clerk will announce each item and indicate if written submissions have been received. Two, the mayor will ask if anyone besides the applicant or agent is interested to speak to the item and to please indicate so by raising their hand. Three, if anyone is present to speak to the item, administration will have a presentation. Four, interested individuals will be asked to address council at this podium. Five, the applicant will be asked if they wish to address council at this podium. Six, council may ask questions of each presenter and the applicant. Seven, administration may comment based on any discussion that may have occurred. And eight, council will decide what action it wishes to take with regards to each item. If there are no members of the public who wish to speak to an item, there will be no presentation by administration. Council's decisions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. Anyone who made a submission or a deputation on an item will receive a notice of council's decision. Others must request a notice of decision in writing to the municipal clerk, and notices of decision will include appeal rights and procedures. Thank you.
First planning application, 12A, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment. Kevin Jekubek, 9715 Green Valley Line, Community of Chatham Township, North Kent. There is no conflict of interest and no deputations were received.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant and or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, Councillor Juvenville and Councillor McGrail, can I get you to move this, please?
I so move.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor McGrail? And Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. 12B, application for zoning bylaw amendment. Jodamar Properties Limited, 120 Dale Drive, Community of Chatham City. No conflict of interest and no deputations were received today.
With an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, Councillor Story and Councillor Allen, can I get you to move this, please?
I would move that, Mr. Mayor.
And seconded.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. 12C, application for zoning bylaw amendment, 14307-151 Canada Inc., 167 Delaware Ave, Community of Chatham City. There are no conflict of interest, and we have received deputations with regards to this, so I'll pass it over to administration.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The municipality has received an application for zoning bylaw amendment concerning property located at 167 Delaware Avenue in Community of Chatham City. The subject property is located on the east side of Delaware Avenue between McNaughton Avenue East to the north and Gladstone Avenue to the south. The property is approximately 2,400 square meters in area. It's a residential parcel and currently contains one fourplex dwelling that's situated towards the front of the property along Delaware Avenue. The lands are designated a residential area in the Chatham-Kent official plan and zoned residential low density second. The existing fourplex dwelling is not a permitted use in the RL2 zone. However, it was implemented prior to the passing of the current zoning bylaws, so it is legal non-conforming fourplex dwelling under the Chatham-Kent zoning bylaw. Just to provide some context to council with regards to this property, the fourplex on the picture on the left, the fourplex dwelling is in the middle property. Both sides of this property are single detached dwellings. This picture just provides some perspective in terms of the setback from abutting land uses. Also the tree line that runs the depth of the property to the left of the fourplex dwelling. Picture on the right just demonstrates how the property is accessed currently from Delaware Avenue. It's a laneway access leading to parking in the rear yard of the property. The picture on the left here is that parking area. It's a paved parking area that's been utilized for the fourplex dwelling. It exceeds the parking requirement currently that is required for the fourplex dwelling. So there's a lot of room on this property. The picture on the right is basically the rear half of the property. It's largely vacant, has some trees, vacant, underutilized land. That's the picture on the left is to the rear of the tree line that abuts the parking area. The property is quite large. It's approximately 100 meters in depth and 22 meters in width. And the application is to support a proposal to further develop the property. So before council on the screen is a conceptual site layout of this redevelopment. Along Delaware Avenue, the box to the left is the existing fourplex dwelling. And then to the right, at the rear of the property, is the proposed fourplex dwelling. So it just gives some context of the size of this property. There's plenty of room to accommodate the parking needs. Parking is 1 space per unit, so 8 spaces in total for this proposal. And the setbacks for the proposed fourplex dwelling will be consistent with the setbacks of the existing fourplex dwelling, which is consistent with what would be required for a fourplex dwelling in a medium density residential zone. So to support that development, the zoning bylaw amendment is specifically to rezone the property to a site-specific residential low-density second zone to achieve the following. One, it'll permit a fourplex dwelling use as of right in this zone. And then it'll apply regulations specific to this use. As I stated, these regulations would be consistent with setbacks and lot coverage that would be required by the zoning bylaw for a fourplex dwelling. Specific to this site, it would allow for 2, so density would be 2 fourplex dwellings and a maximum building height of 8.2 meters, which is consistent with the development that exists today. So the proposal as a whole has been reviewed and under the policies of the provincial planning statement and the Chatham-Kent official plan is deemed to be consistent with these policies, and therefore it is being recommended that the zoning bylaw amendment application filed D14 C4325C to rezone the property to a site-specific residential low-density second zone to permit a fourplex dwelling as an additional permitted use and to apply the following regulations to this use: a lot area minimum of 2,400 square meters, a lot frontage of 22 meters, a minimum front yard depth of 7.62 meters, minimum interior side yard width of 4.7 meters on one side and 2.74 meters on the opposite side, a rear yard depth minimum of 7.62 meters, lot coverage maximum of 33%, maximum density of 2 fourplex dwellings, and maximum building height of 8.2 meters be approved and the implementing bylaw be adopted. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2 recorded deputations that were received today. The first one was by email. Council received it at noon today. It's from Melanie Barrows. And we have 1 present this evening with regards to this application, Lynn Elgie, if she'd like to come forward. I'll remind all deputations this evening that there's a maximum of 5 minutes and the time will be on the screen just for your convenience.
Thank you. Reasons to oppose construction of fourplex. Property value. Buyers seek low-density, quiet residential areas, which we are. Why mess with it? Our properties decrease and they put thousands of dollars in their pockets. Overcrowding and increased noise may affect property values also. Strain on infrastructure and services. Additional housing puts pressure on sewer, water, drainage, and electrical systems. New builds proposed have 2.5 baths per unit. I have one. This is like placing 10 of my houses on the system. And existing fourplex, I have no idea what they have. When asked, when I met with planning services, what his biggest concern would be, he said services and how it would affect his property. Emergency services, waste collection, and road maintenance will be negatively impacted. Poor access for fire, ambulance, putting lives at risk and properties of fire. Garbage cans require 9 feet, as you can see in this calendar, and they have improper frontage to allow that, because there's 2 utility lines that run from each corner of the existing duplex, so that leaves them less than the width of the actual duplex. Loss of neighborhood character. Fourplex builds are inconsistent with single families residential design. People are also frequently moving in and out, which has been the case of the existing fourplex, and the presence of police regularly. It changes the look, scale, and feel of our neighborhood. Privacy liability concerns. Increased density leads to reduced privacy, noise, lighting, and activity levels, reduced neighbors' quality of life. Planning department only talks about the height of the building. Noise disturbance, ongoing noise from increased occupants, vehicles, and deliveries disrupt our quiet character and neighborhood. Construction will create loud noise morning and night for months. Increased traffic and parking issues. Additional fourplex will increase number of resident vehicles and visitors. Not enough parking, some units could have 2 vehicles. Traffic flow will lead to congestion and safety concerns. We have children walking to and from school. Cars parked on street restricts visibility, putting children at risk. We also have parents who use street to drop and pick children up from school. The inability to properly clean our street in the winter. Their idea of snow removal was to pile it across the street on West Side Boulevard, and the driveway is doubling. President for overdevelopment, approving an additional fourplex to, I am afraid this is going to be a new bylaw, not just for this property. Read it carefully. Environmental impact, tree removal and reduced green space, increased hard surfaces contribute to stormwater runoff and flooding. The back of this property already floods. Construction disruption, prolonged construction causes dust, vibration, blocks streets, and safety hazards. Their reason to allow a fourplex, planning department that is simply to utilize a property. It will definitely negatively affect ours. I feel our reasons to allow a fourplex outweigh theirs. Our community, if given the chance to go to the polls, vote no. These are not going to be affordable units and will negatively affect developments already built that are empty in our city now. There is no urgency to make this a decision. This is not the same as voting yes for a farmer to sever a piece of his farm for a family member to build on, nor should it be treated in the same manner.
Thank you, Ms. Elgie. That's time.
So this is I don't believe council received this, because I received from planning services what council was given, and this is the picture that they received, and they didn't receive this floor plan, which clearly, if you look at it, they are not going to be cheap apartments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Is the applicant here? Would you like to say something? Is the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
Hello. Sorry, it's my first time speaking publicly. My planner, I believe he's online, present in the meeting, I think in the city meeting. Okay, perfect. Thank you for your concerns, ma'am. I just wanted to say that I heard them, and I can't think of anything that doesn't apply to any and all construction anywhere. The lot is really, really large. In that same exact lot on the other side, there's 2 properties, but mine is 1. The picture, the plan that showed the existing fourplex and the second fourplex shows how vast the property is. It is currently being used by neighbors as a park for their children to play in, camp out in, which is great. I've allowed that. However, that's not the purpose of my property. It can't be forever for the use of people to use as a park. And I believe that is part of the reason a lot of, or not a lot, but some people may not want me to build. In terms of the pricing of the units, well, that depends on the market, but my current units are below market. In terms of the police, I had one difficult tenant who has been evicted, so that should not be an issue. I didn't make notes of all of the concerns, but I will speak to my planner and we can address those. Thank you.
Did you want to speak online?
Thank you. Through the chair, as the owner of the property also indicated, like we are willing to work with the staff, and like the way staff report is written, like we don't have anything to add to that, and like the official plan of the city and the provincial policy statement also is more towards like increasing the density where there's the opportunity in the established neighborhood. So that's the point of departure for this proposal. There are certain concerns about the privacy. We can work with the neighbors for the privacy fence or like we don't want to go there just like a stranger. We want to be there. We are there, and we just wanted to utilize our property as the landowner so indicated. So yeah, like we're willing to work with the staff, with the neighbors, and be good neighbors there. That's the point I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Anthony, do you have anything to add based on the comments made?
Thank you, McAniff. Maybe the only thing I'd like to add is just for information of residents and council. So the requirement from a waste management perspective, a property like this, as it stands today, there's 4 large toter carts that are permitted for the site. Development with 8 units would be permitted only 5 toter carts, so that's a slight difference. I know that was brought up as a concern for one of the neighbors, so I just wanted to make that note public.
Councillor Story, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thanks, Anthony, for the presentation, and to the neighbors and the developer for coming in person to share their feedback with us. There was a mention of water and wastewater capacity, Anthony. Are there any concerns from your perspective on the added number of people on that site creating any issues from that perspective? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Camp. No, for development like this, there are no concerns with the existing capacity.
Thank you. I see on the plans this would be closer to the Bedford Street end of the property, but I'm not sure if, I can't quite tell from the plan. Is that where the residents will be entering and exiting the property, or they still be coming in off Delaware? Would that, and I guess my second part to that would be, would that help alleviate the garbage toter issue if they had their garbage on the Bedford side versus the Delaware side? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so the back portion of the lot, it doesn't front an improved road. So all access will come from Delaware, and the garbage pickup will come from Delaware as well. Continue.
So can you address the disconnect between the regulations on our recycling and waste collection versus what would be happening with the new development? It sounds like there are some concerns about what we're saying in our waste collection guide about requiring 9 feet and cannot be placed under low overhanging utility lines. Is that an issue that we're facing with this? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I did have a conversation with our waste management team about this specific concern, and they indicated that there is no measurement in terms of number of bins in comparison to the width of a lot. What they said that what's important is to have certain separation between bins so that the truck can maneuver and pick up each bin. In terms of the power lines, there are situations, especially along Delaware, where there are power lines that exist along these property lines, but there are no issues in that area with a truck servicing the area. So, existing circumstances are satisfactory to waste management, and that would continue.
Okay, thank you. Just one final quick question. So with 4 units, they'll each get 1 toter, so that woter, so that would be a total of 8, even though there's only 5 permitted, or I'm not quite clear on what that means. Thank you.
Yep, I'm not sure how many toter carts are being used for the property right now. What's permitted by Waste Management is 4 toter carts as it stands today for 4 units. Anything 5 or more units, they're limited to 5 toter carts.
Even though there'll be 4 new units on the site?
Yeah, so if this development were to proceed and there were 8 units on the site, the maximum number of toter carts would be the large toter carts, and it would be 5 would be the maximum number.
Okay, I see that potentially could be a challenge, but do we see that, is that a regular occurrence where the units don't always line up with how much they're permitted to provide in a garbage situation?
Yeah, that's a standard in terms of my communication with Waste Management. Another option would be to arrange for private collection if that was needed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The speakers touched on emergency services, not the recycling, but fire emergency services, what I think she was talking about. You've consulted with this process, you consult with those services to make sure that there's access and everything that someone might need in an emergency?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That was part of the conversations in assessing this. For example, in terms of a fire route, that wouldn't be required for this type of development under the Ontario Building Code. So this is, it's an additional 4 units, and it's, it will continue to be serviced as is, whether with emergency services or garbage collection.
Okay. And the other thing was they mentioned that the property floods already. So what will we do to mitigate that?
So if this development were to proceed again, then part of that building permit process would be a requirement for basically a plan for how to control the water runoff on the site itself.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. This one's just more of a suggestion for the developer. It looks like there'll be 5 new parking spots put in there. Just based on the blueprint or layout here, it looks like there would be spots for more in between the 2 fourplexes there, if you just expand that a little bit. So maybe add another, like my suggestion would just be add another 1 or 2 parking spots to give give people more places as parks, so that's less people on the road. Outside of that, that's all for me. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, can I get Councillor Finn and Councillor Crew to put this on the floor, please?
Happy to put it on the floor.
Second?
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Council McGrail?
Yes.
Councillor Bondi?
No.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-1. Now move on to 12D. Sorry, sir, did you have a deputation for the previous one? Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't see your hand at that time. Did you raise your hand at the time? Sorry, we did not see that. Did you want to come forward? Sure.
How you doing tonight? I just got concerns about the sewer and all that kind of stuff there because I live right there and my sewer plugs up all the time. I called the city to come and see what they can do for it. And he'd tell me, well, you don't need to open a can of worms for this property around here. Because he said they're all messed up, the sewers are. That's what the city guys come and told me like 3 different times. And there's no sewer, there's no water, there's no hydro, there's no nothing on that property besides a flooding property. And I got lots of grandkids and that come around there. They play there, yes. But I got lots of friends that go to King George School. The traffic and all that for the kids be terrible. But the sewer and all that kind of stuff is the worst. Like the houses are going to be on Bedford, and they want to drive from Bedford over to Delaware. How do you cut across it's already surveyed, that property is supposed to be surveyed, because I went to buy it like 15 years ago off the guy who owned it before, and he said it was surveyed. So it'd be on Bedford Street. So how do you go from Bedford to Delaware with, you know? And where are they gonna run the sewer? Everybody that's on that back property over there where I live are all on septic tanks. So where are they gonna run the sewer?
Anthony, can you comment on this? Sir, are you done?
I guess.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I guess the comment is that this is a fully serviced urban lot, has connections to municipal water, municipal sanitary, and municipal storm sewer from Delaware Avenue. And it's one parcel. It doesn't technically back onto Bedford. The only frontage it has is along Delaware Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Was your hand up before for when we were asking for delegations? It's your call.
I live on 155 Bedford, right behind that property. And if the city's gonna run sewer to that news place, are they gonna run sewer to my place? Because I'm on septic. So if they're running sewer right there, are they gonna run the sewer for the rest of us? Or just that place? That's what I wanna know. And I'm, like, my property's directly in front of that, and it's just gonna be a disaster with always flooding and a mess. That's all I had to say.
Anthony, can you comment on that as well? Just
Want me to address? Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So this is a private development. The onus is on the property owner, who will be extending services across their own property. There's no extension of any municipal services other than that.
So if those residents are interested in looking at the sewer, who would they contact to discuss that?
Thank you, Mayor Kent. If I maybe defer to someone from IAS to maybe address that question.
So maybe we can have somebody from IAS give a number or something for them to reach out to discuss that matter as far as getting them hooked up to the sewers versus beyond septic. Councillor Anderson?
Should they want to do that, who is financially responsible to switch that over?
Yeah, have to be. Maybe, sorry, Mayor Caniff, Bruce McAllister, General Manager, Development Services. I think it's important for council. Bedford is kind of a legacy. It's actually a private road, so that's why there's still private services on the road. So it's not a full municipal right-of-way either there. So there's a few homes that are still serviced by septic tanks. So it'd have to be something that's looked at. It's not as simple as just extending the sanitary is what I'm getting at because of the existing right-of-way. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd have to look at the title, but I believe the title runs with most of the adjacent properties. There's easements over it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions then? Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Councilor from Juvenville?
So is there a way that we can extend the opportunity to some of these people and like let it be known that it would be their cost, they would incur the cost? But is this an option that it could be extended to them at their cost?
Yeah, they could do so through a local improvement or a petition, potentially, if the majority of residents want it. Then we could look at, costing it out.
Okay.
If they don't, then it's kind of like a water line extension too, right? So,
Okay.
mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So there will be future follow-up outside of this meeting to discuss that matter as far as hooking up the sewers and connect and take care of that. Thank you.
Next application is 12D, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment. Jennifer Saborn, 9602 Longwoods Road, Community of Chatham Township, North Kent. I just wanted to let council know at this point, this application has been postponed to a future council meeting for which further public notice will be given. It was the request of the applicant. Move on to 12E, application for zoning bylaw amendment, 1494051 Canada Inc., Blake Street, Community of Raleigh, Merlin, in West Kent. We have a conflict of interest by Councillor Story, and we have one person that is called in today to do a deputation, so I'll pass it back over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The municipality has received an application for zoning bylaw amendment concerning a property that's located to the east of the eastern extent of Blake Street in the community of Merlin. The property is approximately 20 acres in area. It's largely cultivated farmland. It has 3 outbuildings and a solar panel. These features are located to the eastern limit of the property. The lands are designated secondary urban center in the Chatham-Kent official plan. This means they're currently planned for urban development, and the lands are zoned residential low density first, deferred development, general industrial, and holding general industrial exception 826. So the conceptual plan that's before council it was provided by the applicant in support of this application. It's demonstrated the type of urban development that's being proposed for the subject lands. This is a low density residential subdivision. Just demonstrates internal road network, connection to municipal roads, including Blake Street and Aberdeen Street, and a stormwater management facility that would be required if a subdivision was ever constructed or built out here. This plan, just to contextualize it, is comprised of 73 single detached residential lots and 3 semi-detached residential lots, and again, the stormwater management facility as well. The application is specifically to establish the zoning, to establish a zoning to accommodate such a development, which is for low-density residential development. The recommendation before council is that the lands be rezoned to the residential low-density second zone, which limits permitted uses primarily to single detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings, which is the intended use of the property and the development. Also recommended is a holding provision for the zoning. The holding provision is intended to limit development until a servicing agreement with the municipalities is entered into prior to any development occurring. This will also allow for the phasing of this development. This application is the first application prior to, first application prior to a draft plan of subdivision, which would follow if and when zoning permits the use. The draft plan of subdivision application process would involve a more detailed draft plan, more detailed servicing study and report, internal road network, lot sizes. So the conceptual plan is before council may be amended. Again, this was just to contextualize what type of development was being proposed for the property. In addition to the application, or in support of the application, there was a preliminary servicing brief that assessed existing urban infrastructure in terms of municipal water and sanitary services that was accepted by the municipality to demonstrate that this type of development can be accommodated within the existing system. So the application has been reviewed in the context of the provincial planning statement, and Chatham-Kent official plan is deemed to be in conformity with these policies, and therefore it is recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application file D14 RA 4225C concerning the subject lands to rezone the lands to a holding residential low-density second zone to facilitate the future development of a new low-density residential subdivision when specific servicing requirements have been satisfied, be approved, and the implementing bylaw be adopted. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the deputations we received today on 12E was from George Darnley.
Crutches aren't, canes aren't, not familiar with them yet, but I'm getting there, so. Mr. Mayor, Council, we've lived there 45 years at the end of Blake Street, where the second house in from where the planned subdivision is on the north side of Blake Street. We've constantly had water coming off that field in the spring, especially in flood conditions, but also with storm, like when it snows and so on. Until the Blake Street drain was put in, that was about probably 20 years ago. It came over the surface, sort of thing. After they put the drain in, that solved the farmer's problem, but it didn't solve our problem, because we have a catch basin out in the front of our lawn, and the water came into the storm drain, and then came up out of and into our basement and a crawl space sort of thing. Luckily, we don't have a basement that we could had to deal with that. So, but anyway, they've, I think, talked to people within your municipality here with the planning department and with the engineer. I talked to the engineer department today, and they tell me that the retention pond will solve the problem. I think the problem is that the water, we're on the west end of it, and the retention ponds on the east end are going to be pumped. The drainage is going to be pumped that way, sort of thing. It's the retention pond is on the, I would call, middle to the south side of the property, sort of thing. So I think there could be a problem. I certainly don't want to stop development, but I guess I don't want to be responsible to paying money to correct the drainage problem 5 years down the road or whenever they get development. So that was my first concern, was the surface drainage and so on. The second one, in Merlin, we have a problem with the sanitary sewers. I haven't had that because I seem to be on the top end of the sewer system sort of thing. But on 2 or 3 on Campbell Street have had sewer problems, and one on Circle Drive have had problems every year. And they constantly have to clean out their basement. One had a toilet downstairs. They've capped it off because they're getting tired of cleaning up the mess sort of thing. So I have a concern that the sewage system that we have presently is not adequate sort of thing. There's either 2 problems. That's being infiltrated by stormwater. It's pretty easy to get rid of your water from your basement, pump it into the sanitary sewer, and then you got that added to the pumping system, and the pumping system pumps into a lagoon, and if it gets full in the spring again, then we have a problem. So basically my concern is that I don't want to be paying for upgrading those 2 systems if and when the time comes sort of thing. So thank you very much. Any questions at all I can answer? Marjorie, you got a question. You always have a question.
Yeah. Is the applicant here? Do you want to come up and say a few words? Oh, sorry. Before I call you up, is there anyone else present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, come on up. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It caught me off guard by the applicant. I'm the agent, and just sort of caught me off guard. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to provide some answers to potential questions regarding the Merlin subdivision. I appreciate the neighbor's concern. All I can suggest is that as a function of the future draft plan approval, as well as the servicing agreement, that we will ensure, and the municipality will also ensure, that this development maintains all stormwater on its own site and releases it appropriately. And as far as the sanitary sewer, concerns throughout Merlin, I would suggest that's an existing situation. And as part of the review, draft plan review and servicing agreement review, a much more detailed consideration will be provided by Chatham-Kent on that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions? Anthony, do you have any comments to make before?
Can I just ask a question then? The gentleman, I understand that he'll have that. Do we, as a public, have a chance to speak to anything else in the planning process sort of thing?
Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. In response to that question, so the public process, this would be the public process for the plan of subdivision. The next process is will come before council for a decision, but does not include a public process similar to what's required tonight for zoning.
But it'll be another opportunity to come back and express concerns or ensure that it's being dealt with in a public forum.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This will be the only public meeting under the Planning Act to establish the zoning on the property. The draft plan of subdivision application will come back to council on the regular agenda, so the opportunity for the public would be to make a deputation on the regular agenda item.
Thank you. Councillor Crew.
Thank you. Anthony, George talked about the sewer systems, and what processes do we use to ensure capacity, not just in this type of development, but in those things are always brought up. Is the capacity of the sewer and stormwater retention and all of that stuff. What process do we go through to make sure that that system has the capacity to manage the extra workload?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. You're right. It's something that comes up often, and I think it's best addressed by or a representative of IES. But I guess all I would just add is that this is typical. What was received by the municipality was a preliminary servicing brief. The scope of that was done in consultation with our engineering staff, was accepted, but the conclusion of that was accepted by administration. The details would probably need to be addressed by IES. But I just wanted to provide further emphasis that a more detailed servicing plan would form part of the draft plan of subdivision approval process. So I'm not sure if.
Correct. So if we could have Edward or Darren, or one of our subject matter experts.
I'll start on that, Darren, if you have anything to add. I just, yeah, so generally this is initial land use permissions to establish the zoning right now. So there was initial servicing brief provided that generally suggests there's capacity in the systems. But to Anthony's point, when you get into the draft plan of subdivision, that's when the detailed design and engineering will be done and will be confirmed by our by engineering in the PUC through that process at the time. So there's generally what's determined is there's capacity in the system, and I may let Mr. Galbraith speak to this. The issue is that of infiltration during high water peak times that they're going to be investigating further in the future as well. So maybe Darren, if you don't mind speaking to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Darren Galbraith, General Manager, Chatham-Kent Public Utilities Commission. So yes, we know there was some flooding of basements on Circle Drive. That's north of Merlin. And in 2023, so many times in 2024, we would go out to investigate during a small rain event to see where this inflow and infiltration is coming from. Every time the rain events were not significant enough to find. And we even sent a closed circuit television consultant to go in and find it, but the rain event was not high enough again. So we are waiting for that larger rain event. We are going to be purchasing maintenance hole sensors in that area to try to capture some of these smaller rain events to see where it is before we can hone in and do smoke testing. But I checked with our operations team today of what our pump hours are on our pump station. As you know, there's only one in Merlin, just like George said, and it pumps it right back to the lagoon system. And during dry weather and winter, we're only running 2.8 to 3 hours per day, which is very low. So we do need to investigate this I&I issue that's in Merlin, but we're just waiting for an event to really find where it is, because there's obviously an infiltration issue during rain events only.
Thank you. So in the other part, you talked about the holding. When does that come off?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the holding will be once a more detailed servicing plan is submitted and approved by the municipality and a development agreement is in place, the applicant will then be in a position to apply for the removal of the holding symbol, which would then allow for the single and semi-detached development to proceed.
Okay, and in that package would be addressing the stormwater surface draining?
That's correct.
Perhaps a retention pond? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Perhaps this is to Mr. French there. We run into a lot of questions at the Ridgetown development going on there, and he's had a public meeting. Would you entertain having one in Merlin for the public so that some things could be discussed? That's to Mr. French. No, Mr. French.
Mr. French.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wright, thank you for the question. When we come forward with an application, many times staff will identify certain requirements for submission of an application. In the case of the Ridgetown application, a public meeting was required. In this case, it was not noted to be required by staff. Would we be interested in hosting a public meeting? Yeah, we'd be happy to. But until we know, what the zoning will allow, and we can fine tune our draft plan layout, we really don't have anything to show at this time. But yes, we would be willing to host one prior to the draft plan coming to council if that was a request of council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Doyle, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Just so we can get an answer for the gentleman who gave the deputation. Ideally, all the stormwater, say, stays on the development land. But if for some reason Blake Street, their infrastructure had to be redone, would that be area rated or not down the road?
Thank you, Mayor Cannon. Sorry, I didn't understand the last part of that question.
Well, I don't think it'd be area rated. So like he wouldn't have to. He'd kind of be paying for it, but it wouldn't be like a Merlin only pays for it. It would be through our normal property taxes right across the board. Correct.
I guess what I would, just to clarify, like moving forward in terms of the servicing aspect, the stormwater management, like was shown on the plan, it would be a separate pond. So the idea is urban development over this parcel will need to control their own surface water runoff within the lands, which is the purpose. So it'll be an independent system from what exists for Merlin today. My own general understanding, general knowledge, the expectation is that it would probably solve a lot of the water runoff coming from these lands currently onto abutting lands. So I think personally or professionally, I would assume that that this would actually improve the situation if these lands were developed.
Okay, thank you very much. It's good to know.
Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you. Councillor Crew asked my question about the steps to remove the holding pattern. So I understand that would come back at a regular council meeting and individuals would be able to give deputations at that time, again, once we have a more specific site plan.
Thank you, Mayor Kennedy. Yeah, that's correct. I mean, as Ryan suggested, that it would be on the agenda of council, yes.
And while I understand that council cannot any longer, because of new provincial legislation, I guess not so new anymore, but council can no longer make specific site recommendations or adjustments in those plans. Is that correct?
In terms of the draft plan of subdivision?
Correct. Like
plans?
a site-specific plan? For example, move the pond a bit more to the east or a bit more to the west?
I think I'm going to refer to Ryan on that one as well.
I just
Sorry.
want to level set expectations around the suggestion about the pond. I understand that if a site-specific plan will be done, there'd be far more detailed engineering studies and things like that to make sure that it's in the right place, but I just want to make sure I'm correct in that if it comes back wherever the storm pond is, that's where we're approving it. We don't really have authority anymore to make those recommended changes on the site.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I would suggest that at that point, it'll be very difficult for council to make changes to very technical and very detailed elements of the plan. I think where council does set the direction and does ultimately make these decisions is in setting its official plan policy for the municipality on what is the vision for growth, on setting the zoning regulations as is in front of council tonight, which will set out the parameters for what that looks like on the ground, and also approving the municipality's detailed development standards manual, which is used by professional engineers in making these designs. So I would say to council, when a draft plan of subdivision approval comes forward, it will be consistent with all of those things, and Chatham-Kent will be prepared to enter into a legal agreement with this private property owner and take the necessary securities to ensure that, you know, that ultimate official plan vision is carried out. So to say, are we going to go line by line through a technical design at that time? No, we're not going to do that at that time. Thanks.
And then just a last question, like currently, as I read it, the zoning right now of this parcel is mixed, so there's some deferred development, but there's also some M1 or general industrial. Generally speaking, would like low residential be less of a strain on our systems compared to like industrial, short-term and long-term?
Whether or not industrial or residential uses require a different level of service, of municipal services, really is dependent on the specific use of industrial. But with this site in particular, the industrial portion of the property is actually a former rail line. I believe it's a former Grand Trunk line that came out in the 1990s. So it's really a legacy of a strip of land. Roughly how wide is it? Maybe 40 feet? It's probably around 40 feet wide at the southerly extent of this property on the former rail line. At a certain point in the past, an industrial zone was applied over only that portion, so it's a relatively small portion of the site. The majority of these lands are already in a non-industrial zone, if that helps. Thanks.
Right, I just, in other places in Chatham-Kent, what was once a small usage has been really exacerbated, expanded, and caused some community problems. So I guess I'm suggesting here it may be safer to zone something low residential density with a holding pattern than to leave it as is if that's not reflected of the growth that we want for the community of Merlin. Thank you for that answer. And also to the member of the public who spoke, I think that there are some issues that in the community of Merlin we need to address that perhaps are connected to this, but maybe not in terms of the site plan and the services. So thank you for that.
Seeing no other questions, can I get Councillor Anderson and Councillor Harrigan to put this on the floor, please?
I'm happy to do that.
And I will second.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
Councillor Crew? All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. Now move on to 12F, application for zoning bylaw amendment, Derek Rumble and Sarah Peternell, 135 Seminole Ave, Community of Chatham, City. We have two conflicts of interest, Councillor Story and Councillor Wright. We have received 6 deputations so far today, so I'll pass it back to administration.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The municipality has received an application for zoning bylaw amendment concerning property located at 135 Seminole Avenue in Chatham City. This property is located at the south corner of the intersection of Seminole and Couture Drive. It's approximately 870 square meters, that's 870 square meters in area. It's a residential parcel. It contains one structure, which is a multiple dwelling with 4 units. The lands are designated residential area by the Chatham-Kent official plan and zoned residential low density second. It's another situation where the existing use is not permitted. Is not permitted by the zoning bylaw or the zoning of the property, which is low density residential zone. However, it was legally established prior to the passing of the current zoning bylaw, so it does have legal non-conforming status under the zoning bylaw currently. So as I said, it's a 4-unit residential structure. There's a proposal to convert 2 of the units in the building to 4 units. So this will go to from a 4-unit, 12-bedroom build to 6 units comprising 10 bedrooms in total. Off-street parking requirement for this type of development would be 1 space per unit. The zoning, some site context, this is just to show the parking area. So the left picture is the parking area from Seminole Avenue, and the right picture is to show the existing parking driveway and area off of Couture Drive. So the zoning bylaw amendment application is to support this type of development. It's specifically to rezone the property to a residential low density second zone, a site specific zone that will do 2 things. One, it will permit a multiple dwelling with not more than 6 dwelling units within an existing building. There's not anticipated to be any further construction on site of the exterior of the building. And it's also to permit one parking space to be within the exterior side yard of the property to meet the parking requirements of the zoning bylaw for 6 units. So the recommendation before council this evening is a little bit different. It's an application to defer the, or it's a recommendation to defer the application to a future planning meeting where further public notice will be given. Administration is presenting this recommendation to council in consideration of the deputations that have been received. Some today, others were received last week, and some further discussions with residents that that the administration was privy to over the last week or two. This recommendation was discussed with the applicant's agent, and they're in support of this recommendation. It allows the applicant time to address some of the comments and concerns that were raised, and this will also allow administration to review those comments and concerns and to bring forward a new recommendation before council for consideration. I'd like to point out that one aspect of one complaint that was heard often was the location of the parking space in the exterior side yard of the property being a concern for surrounding residents. There may be opportunity to address that, and that's what administration would like to work with the applicant to see if there is a different sort of parking arrangement that would meet the needs of the applicant in meeting the terms of the zoning bylaw and would be a better outcome for residents. So I understand there's probably been about 6 written submissions, and there's other residents here today to address council with their comments and concerns, and support to hear them out so that we can properly address those comments and concerns if this were to come back before council at a future date. So thank you, Mayor Cannon.
Thank you. We've received 3 deputations via email that council received today from Gina Bernardi, Myro Bernardi, and Nicole LaBelle. Also, we have 3 present this evening, and, 4. Kevin and Annette Charlton, Cynthia Hyatt, Laura Jasper, and Terry Rose. So we'll start with Kevin and Annette, if you'd like to come forward.
Good evening. Apparently it's just Kevin. My wife and I live at 119 Semonin Ave, a single family home right next door to 134 Semonin. We're in opposition to the bylaw amendment as it's currently being proposed. With the addition of the 2 more rental units within the existing fourplex, the new parking spaces in the proposed locations are not keeping within the look of the neighboring properties. The proposal shows 1 new space on Semonin Ave, on the frontage there, and 1 space on Kuchar. The space on Semonin Ave is the one of our concern. It shows the 1 new space being installed 90 degrees to the existing driveway, as well as being put right in front of and parallel to the building. Nowhere else in this neighborhood is there any other property with the parking parallel to the front of the building like that. The proposal for the front parking space on Semonin looks like it was just an afterthought. It cheapens the look of their building as well as our property. There are only 2 properties on this block between Kuchar and Sussex, and ours being one. You can see that on the drawing. The increase in units alone will affect the resale value of our home. The curb appeal with the front parking would reduce it even further. And we're just asking no to the amendment as it sits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cynthia Hyatt. On deck will be Laura Jasper.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff, council, staff. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. I think, Anthony, you kind of touched on a couple concerns that we have. I'm one of many residents in 154 Seminole Ave. It's a forgotten community. One time, 2 years ago, we had some break-ins of vehicles. When I spoke to an officer at the Chatham-Kent Police Department, she said, "Where are you?" And she's looking on the map, and she said, "I've been an officer for 16 years, and I didn't even know you were there." Exactly. We pay over $100,000 in taxes every year, and the only services we get direct our garbage. We look after our own as the private roads, the garbage, well, we do get the garbage services. But what I'm saying to you is that we have a driveway, a roadway that everybody thinks is a public roadway for them to park, to turn around. We have an ongoing problem with people from Kucher and Seminole parking in our roadway, which it's already compacted as it is. As Anthony suggested, there is no more room for parking on that property. They're going to park on the street. All the duplexes and quadplexes down the street that have parking, as you showed in your drawing, have parking lots in behind, they don't park there. They park on the street. Wintertime is a nightmare because the snowplows do the best they can. We have to dipsy-doodle around traffic, and we're like, as I say, where Seminole and Kucher meet, where this property is, there's vehicles that park on Seminole. So when you're coming up Kucher to Seminole, you've got cars right there. So if we're coming out of our property, trying to get around cars parked legally on the road, we end up coming in oncoming traffic, and it's a short spot from our property to Kucher. So I invite any of you to come, take a drive, welcome to our neighborhood, see how challenging it is. Another concern I have, as we've gotten to know our neighbors, we have a wonderful community of different levels of income and retirement and such status. That property has some residents in there that have been living there for a long time. And as we all know, the rents back before COVID were awesome. Now they're through the roof. What's going to happen to those residents when these renovations get done? Is this a renovation going on? What's happening? As our neighbors next door to the property said, what about our aesthetic neighborhood? You've now got cars parked on the front lawn of this property. The owners that just took over this property did a wonderful landscaping job in the front. That's going to get dug up now. So those are concerns. And like I said, we don't want to say not in our backyard, but it's become to that point because there's no more room in our backyard for that. We're all about, we need property. We hear in the news, we need more spaces for people to live. We've got too many homeless that need places to live. But the concern is, there's no room. There's no room. Where are they going to park? Where are their visitors going to park? Excuse me, right on the road. We come on Monday nights, and we come home from a community organization we belong to, meetings on Kucher, right at the corner of Seminole, is bus number 2, a small bus for the city transit that's parked there. It's not dropping somebody off. There's no lights on it. It's been sitting there for a while. I don't know if they're visiting someone. We have to creep out into Seminole to see what's coming. So I'm just saying, you know what, we're not, like the neighbors in our community 154, we're not against that. We think it's awesome. We think it's great that this new owner wants to make more units. This just is not the right property. They have no yard to expand. As we heard on Delaware, there's a little bit of expansion room there. There is none on this property. Take a drive, be familiar with yourself. I sent you guys all the package, so I don't want to take too much more of your time. I just thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker is Laura Jasper. On deck is Terry Rose.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Laura, and I have lived at 135 Seminole, Unit 3. It's a top unit for 12 years. Same 3-bedroom unit I've been in. Unless I'm misunderstanding the proposal renovation, I want to make it clear, if the intent is not to subdivide my unit, but instead to build above the existing, I still have serious concerns about displacement. If subdivision of units will it be the upper units, the lower units, mixed units? Are they going to wait until people are vacant? Like, what are they going to do? I currently pay $918. 3 bedrooms, all utilities included. Again, I've lived there for 12 years. Altering or dividing existing units replaces stable, affordable home with the uncertainty of higher rents. A recent vacant 3-bedroom unit was just renovated and was not considered for this subdivision. This shows that this proposal is not driven by necessity, but by choice. I have my own washer, dryer, and fridge, which I have used for 12 years. Although there is shared laundry in the building, my unit is fully self-contained and functional. My adult daughter, Nicole, and my grandchildren live directly below me. She's been there for 11 years. She's also in a 3-bedroom, all utilities included, and she pays $801. She has ongoing health and disability issues along with herself and my granddaughter. If by chance my daughter's unit were to be subdivided, her health could deteriorate substantially. This would be cruel and unnecessary outcome. We both require 3 bedrooms, units as they currently exist. Our proximity and our space are essential, not an option. All 3 units right now, well, all 3 or 4 units share 1 water tank and radiator heating, which is already strained. This would affect 2, I guess, 3-bedroom units. The other upper unit across from me, you have 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top, are rented to young men who have lived there for 4 to 5 years, and they pay approximately $1,400 to $1,600, all utilities, 3 bedrooms. These are not unused spaces. These are our homes. It's taking family units and making them into single dwellings. The proposal before you would change the existing structure in a way that risks displacing long-term tenants. This does not create new housing. It removes stability and threatens livable family-sized units and are already occupied and functioning. I have spoken with our new property owner numerous times all through the summer as they were renovating and fixing up the front yard, and at no time was this proposal mentioned to me or anyone else in our building. I only learned about it from a concerned neighbor just late last week. Council should consider if this application aligns with Chatham-Kent's housing goals when it risks displacing long-term tenants and eliminating family-sized units without clear public benefit. I also have a quick thing for my daughter. She has lived there for 11 years, basement apartment. I live directly above her, which is essential due to my ongoing disabilities and medical concerns and needs of my children. Her proximity allows for overnight care and daily support when I am unwell. Any subdivision of her unit would seriously disrupt our family's ability as I'm on a fixed disability income as well. Since 2014, I've experienced full body tremors, and following a motor vehicle accident in 2018, I now have balance issues, mobility difficulties, and spinal bone spurs. As a basement unit, my windows must remain open for ventilation and prevent mold and manage respiratory issues and migraines. Placing a parking place directly outside my bedroom and living room windows will introduce exhaust fumes not only to my unit but my mother's upstairs. And this will certainly worsen my health and trigger migraines. In winter and poor weather, I must park closer for accessibility. If the snow or ice, which is right now, is not taken care of, I also have to park closer to the main sidewalk so we can get in and out of our unit. So if a car is parked there, we're going to have to juggle cars around to be able to get everybody in and out. Unacceptable. Additional parking should be considered as the proposed other side on Kuchar, where they've made the 2 into 3. So she is thinking that it would be beneficial if they're going to make a parking spot, instead of in front of her place, go straight in.
I'm sorry, that's time.
Oh, sorry.
That
was it.
Okay. Council did receive the whole thing in their email.
Thank you.
Terry Rose? Terry, are you here? Okay, there was one submitted. No, he just indicated to be here, so you can see if there's.
Just want to confirm, is there any other applicant or their agent with an interest in the application? Indicate, please, by raising your hand. Sorry, we'll get you the agent. Okay, is any other applicants? All right, would the agent like to come up?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I think out of respect of the process, out of respect to the neighbors, we would also concur with the deferral request to allow us to consider the comments. Truthfully, we received the deputations this afternoon, and we did not have time to prepare an appropriate and respectful response. So in saying that, as the agent, I would prefer to address the comments at the future meeting where this will come back, as well as any comments received between now and that meeting in a single response. So, but if council does have any questions, I am prepared to answer.
So any questions any council has knowing that it's going to be coming back? Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Doyle.
As long as the concerns have been addressed and answered for us, mine have been the same as what has been said. What units they're picking and how they chose these units and what are they going to do with the people that are already there. That's.
Yeah, I'll provide a response on at the next meeting if that is okay.
Councillor Doyle, followed by Councillor Jubenville.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. So at the next meeting that it's on the agenda, would they be able to give deputations again, or would this be the only time they can give deputations?
Yes, it's my understanding that new notice would be given.
Okay, perfect. And then the other stuff that I was interested about was just, again, what are they going to do with the current tenants? What's their rent now? What's going to be later? And are they allowed to move back in? That's all. Thanks.
Sorry, when I asked earlier, did you have your hand up? Protocol is that you can't ask a question there, but I could have a councillor ask that question. So Councillor Crew, would you like to ask that? Sorry, Councillor Jubenville, did you have the floor? Or did Councillor Finn have it? Sorry, Councillor Doyle had it.
Yes, but he was done.
Could you ask that question, please?
Are the tenants going to get notification this time?
The tenants will receive notification.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Councillor Juvenile, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, so will it be on the planning agenda or the regular agenda when it comes back? Or does it matter? But they will have an opportunity to speak.
It'll be on the planning again.
Okay. And they can do deputations again, so that's all. Okay, thank you.
All right. Sorry? I was just going to have Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor McDonald.
So moved.
Seconded.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0. We'll now move on to 12G, Official Plan Amendment Number 87, OPA 87, regarding Section 5.3 Heritage Resource Policies. There are no conflict of interest and no deputations were received.
Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Harrigan, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
So moved.
And seconded.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi? Councillor Bondi, are you there? Okay, Councillor McGrail?
Yep, yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bondi. Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. And our final planning application for the evening is 12H, zoning bylaw amendment for increasing maximum height of commercial residential buildings for 4 stories. There are no conflicts of interest and no deputations were received.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Thompson, can I give you on the floor, please?
So moved. Seconded.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
All votes are in, motion passes 18-0. We'll now move on to deputations for this evening. We have one remaining with regards to item 20A, the Chatham-Kent Community Gardens expansion, Derwin Armstrong. Derwin, if you'd like to come forward again, you have 5 minutes.
Geez, I learned how to do that already. All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Derwin Armstrong, and I've been a volunteer coordinator for the Chatham-Kent Community Gardens since the garden started in 2007. It has been my pleasure to start and see this program go from one location in Chatham to gardens across Chatham-Kent. The garden started as part of the Food Link Chatham-Kent under the supervision of United Way and the leadership of Chatham-Kent Public Health. United Way diversified itself from the gardens, and the public health became the lead. When Chatham-Kent Food Policy Council was started, it was a perfect program fit. Tonight, I would like to share the benefit that I've seen with the gardens. The most apparent, of course, is food. The ability of people to grow and harvest their own food. Our gardens grow everything from tomatoes to garlic to leafy mustard, all kinds of herbs, vegetables, fruits, and even flowers. Some of our gardeners have even grown special ingredients that they find hard to find in local grocery stores. That's the food part. The physical activity is another benefit. Gardeners enjoying being active outside, doing the planting, weeding, and harvesting the products, and finally, cultivating of the plots. This is an activity that people of all abilities can do, even those in wheelchairs. We take pride in being accessible to everyone. Over the years, we have built plots for special needs kids and those with various abilities. We build raised beds to help everyone who wants to garden in a way that works for them. Mental health is an important, and I have seen the impact that our gardens have on those that participate, how this impacts their well-being. Gardens are a place for stress relief, a place for some contact with others, maybe for you to listen to one another, to share their problems, concerns, or just to have company of others. Many of our gardens have sitting areas to encourage connecting, and some do coffee meetups and gardens at the gardens or potlucks to build a community. Gardens are a place for families to work together and can be your own personal space for care. The gardens brought together many newcomers to our community. We have gardeners from countries such as India, Burma, Bhutan, Vietnam, of course, United Kingdom, and some African nationalities. These gardeners bring and share their gardening experience and find a welcoming community to belong to. Our gardens have allowed us to build connections in the community. Over the years, we have worked with many businesses and community groups who offer their land or being their members to use the space. Our mission is to grow food, and we support them to learn how to store the food by preserving it and cooking of some nutritious meals. At our peak, we had 12 gardens across Chatham-Kent. There have been challenges, but we always overcome them. Currently, there are 6 gardens across Chatham-Kent that I continue to coordinate, but over the years, I've had the opportunity to support and work with 3 organizations that wanted to do their own garden but needed help getting started. Thank you for this opportunity to share why gardens are so important to our community. That's on a lighter note for you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Council, this evening, the following reports have been pulled so they could be discussed and voted on separately. And those items are 17A, Public Utilities Commission Governance Review Final Report. There's a presentation, and it's pulled by Councillor C. McGregor, Councillor Anderson, and Councillor Harrigan. And Councillor Doyle, sorry. Item 17B, celebrating Chatham-Kent's cultural diversity in soccer in 2026, pulled by Councillor Harrigan. Item 18A, Parks and Recreation Master Plan, pulled by Councillor Harrigan, Councillor Story, Councillor Jubenville, and we have a presentation by staff. Item 18B, Talbot Trail Realignment Project Update, Purchase and Lands of Stage 2 Archaeological Assessment, pulled by Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Anderson. Item 18E, the motion of Councillor Hall regarding user fee bylaw exemptions, Wallaceburg Memorial Arena Upstairs Hall, pulled by Councillor Hall, Councillor Sakachi, and Councillor Jubenville. Item 18F, motion by Councillor Crew regarding ball diamond maintenance increased level of service, pulled by Councillor Crew and Councillor Sakachi. Item 19A, the LTVCA and the SCRCA, the Conservation Authorities, presentation regarding the amalgamation of Conservation Authorities Bill 68, pulled by Councillor Jubenville and Councillor Doyle. Item 19B, the expression of interest for hotel development, Richmond Street, Chatham, pulled by Councillor Story. And item 20A, the Chatham-Kent Community Gardens expansion, pulled by Councillor McDonald. Therefore, the remaining reports to leave in one motion to be approved are items 15A, B, C, D, E, 16A, 17C, 18C and D, 19C, D, and E, and 21A.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor Jubenville, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved.
And seconded?
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi
Yes.
and Councillor McGrail.
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. Moving on to 17A, Public Utilities Commission Governance Review Final Report, and I'll pass it over to Gord Quinton.
Sorry, just before we get started on this, what we're going to do is go through after the presentation. We'll have all the questions from all the councillors of either administration or the presenter, and then we'll get on to the discussion part when we put the motion on the floor, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for introductions. If you recall back November 4th, last year, Council approved a recommendation for a governance review of the Public Utilities Commission. Administration went out to RFP and KPMG was successful. And tonight we have Ann Lindsay and Bruce Peaver from KPMG to bring the results and the ideal governance composition recommendation. I'll pass it over to Bruce.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to present our final report on the PUC, or the Public Utilities Commission's governance review. Your Worship, before I get into the actual report, I would like to thank yourself and Council for a delicious turkey dinner before the meeting. Thank you. So, the municipality of Chatham-Kent engaged KPMG to perform a governance review aimed at improving the efficiency, the transparency, and the sustainability of water and wastewater services within the municipality. And the review included the following objectives. Number one, identify services currently provided by the PUC. Number two, to evaluate current delivery methods and potential areas for improvement. Number three, to explore alternative governance models. And finally, number four, to identify opportunities for improvements in effectiveness and efficiency. If we turn the page, you can see that there were 4 phases to the work. So we began the work in late spring, early summer, and we kicked it off with the project charter. And the project charter was a key part of the deliverables for this engagement because it laid out the foundation for all the work that was to come. Over the summer, we conducted a jurisdictional review. We conducted interviews, Members of council may remember some of those interviews. And we looked at different governance options for the PUC, as well as preparing service profiles for the individual services. Going into the fall, we started to think and strategize about what are the governance options for the PUC, and then late fall until now, we prepared the actual final report, which was phase 4. Turning the page again. So when we started to think about the governance options for the PUC, we followed the methodology that you see on the screen here. So we, number 1, identified options. So we pulled in all the thinking from the second phase of work, the assessment phase, and we consider the local context, your strategic priorities as a municipality, the challenges you're facing, and what you wanted to see in the future for the municipality of Chatham-Kent. And we prepared, I believe it was 3 different models that could be used for the governance of the PUC. Coming out of that, what we did is we conducted a SWOT analysis on each option, and we prepared a evaluation criteria to evaluate each option against the criteria so that we could score them and come up with what would be the preferred option for the municipality. And in the final part of the methodology, of course, is what we do is we recommend the governance model and develop a high-level implementation plan. So that's how we came about, how we arrived at the recommendations that we have in the report. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ann Lindsay, who's going to walk you through our recommendations. Ann?
Hi, everyone. So as Bruce described, we were engaged for the governance review due to challenges with the current operational model. Some of those challenges included a current lack of strategic alignment between the priorities of the PUC and the municipality, specifically in areas of growth, capital investment, and economic development. Inefficient governance and operational structures due to outdated service level agreements and fragmented coordination, leading to duplication of efforts and unclear accountability. And then water and wastewater infrastructure suffering from underinvestment over time. So this is resulting in delayed maintenance and increased risk of service disruption. So the objectives of the new governance model were to align with the municipal strategic goals and anticipated growth objectives, ensuring that water and wastewater services proactively support municipal priorities. Clarified operations and decision-making processes that eliminate ambiguity and duplication through a single chain of policy and operational accountability. Increased oversight, expertise, and integrated planning processes, particularly in regards to collaborative infrastructure planning and capital investments, as well as economies of scale, so effectively integrating shared municipal services to reduce administrative overhead and improve efficiency. So our proposed governance model is on the screen there for you. So we are recommending the dissolution of the PUC and integrating water and wastewater services into a single municipal department. This new department will report directly to council and executive leadership of the municipality. This will ensure all major decisions align with municipal priorities. Clarified operations and decision-making through centralized operations will establish clear roles and responsibilities, streamlining coordination and improving accountability. As well, increased oversight, expertise, and integrated planning processes through the establishment of an advisory committee will provide that specialized expertise, while integration will support coordinated planning and decrease risk to the municipality. This slide represents the current responsibilities and future responsibilities of municipal council with the integration of the PUC as a municipal department. So you can see on this slide right now, all areas of responsibility lie with the PUC, obviously except for the appointment of the PUC commissioners. And with the new municipal structure of water, wastewater as a municipal department, all of these responsibilities will transfer to municipal council, and the oversight of operations will be council's responsibility through the municipal administrative team. We also had some additional governance recommendations to support the recommendation around the new governance structure. One is, as I've mentioned, the establishment of a skills-based advisory committee for water, wastewater to provide quarterly guidance on major projects and growth-related initiatives. We would expect this skills-based advisory committee be made up of members that have backgrounds in engineering, utility finance, asset management, and regulatory compliance. And this will support council's decision-making on major infrastructure investments. As well, we're recommending standardized data sharing and reporting to really improve data quality and implement data protocols and systems that support that integrated capital planning and coordinated infrastructure investments, improved asset management, and more effective collaboration across the municipal departments. This data and reporting mechanisms will help support evidence-based decision-making using real-time data. As well, we're recommending definition of service standards and departmental KPIs. So setting clear service standards and performance indicators to track and report and continuously improve departmental outcomes. This is going to drive accountability and provide transparency that allows for benchmarking against leading practices and also regulatory compliance measures. And finally, with the integration of the water, wastewater operations as a municipal department, there will be clarity in scope and deliverables, departmental roles, responsibilities, clearly defined will eliminate overlap, improve coordination, and ensure that resources are allocated effectively. Some additional operational considerations are up there on the screen. Certainly, workforce transition and engagement is a key consideration. So we'd like to see the smooth integration of existing PUC staff into municipal roles, which will maintain the service continuity through continued engagement. We would like to see aligned, updated operating procedures and standards that align to the municipality's current policies and procedures and service standards, as well as an asset and infrastructure transfer agreement so that all assets, infrastructure, and vendor contracts are transferred to the municipality. Customer service and billing will remain the responsibility of Integris, and this will provide consistency and continuity to residents who will experience no service disruption during the transition. IT systems integration and cybersecurity are also key considerations during this transition, and all existing IT and operational systems must be securely integrated and transferred where required. And then finally, change management and performance monitoring. Obviously, this is a large transition and strong change management structures in place to support the successful transition will be key. We are recommending the establishment of a transition advisory board headed up by the CAO and other executives with the municipality. So some of you also may be aware that recently the province introduced Bill 60, which had Schedule 16, the Water and Wastewater Public Corporations Act, as part of its inclusion. Now, this bill was geared specifically to Peel Region, as well to lower tier municipalities that operate in a two-tier municipal government system. but we wanted to identify the ways that transferring water wastewater operations into a municipal department will support the Bill 60 framework and priorities released by the province. So Schedule 16 of Bill 60 provides the opportunity for water and wastewater corporations to be established to prudently accelerate growth. The transition of the PUC into a municipal department will fully align the water and wastewater operations with future infrastructure investment and planning and the municipality's growth objectives. So you'll see a lot of clear alignment for pursuit of growth with this transfer into the municipality. Additionally, Bill 60 provides for the establishment of skills-based board of directors, which aligns to our recommendation to establish an advisory board to support water and wastewater service delivery. And then finally, Bill 60 also emphasizes the opportunity to establish independent governance structures. And we think that by transitioning water and wastewater operations into a municipal department in the immediate term will help to resolve some of the current state challenges, both operationally, strategically, and financially, and position the municipality very well for alternative governance structures in the future should the province pursue that route. Finally, we've put together a high-level implementation plan, and we are estimating that the transfer of the PUC into a municipal department will take up to 12 months to be done successfully and prudently, ensuring that all areas of legality and risks are considered and addressed. Phase 1 would start with the initiation and governance of a transition steering committee, like I mentioned, led by the CAO and other leaders at the municipality in HR, legal, finance, IES, and water and wastewater. Phase 2 would see the legal and regulatory compliance procedures addressed, and then all the way through to phase 7, which we're anticipating to be 10 to 12 months out, which would be the official operational cutover to municipal operations. So I'm going to end the presentation there, leaving lots of time for discussion and questions.
Okay, we can open up for questions now. Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Crew.
Thank you. Thank you, and through the mayor, for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation that you've brought to us tonight. A lot of information to digest, considering we received it last week with this big of an endeavor, but I do thank you for all the information that you've provided. One thing I didn't see in the report that you had mentioned in your presentation, you had mentioned that you looked at 3 separate options before you landed with the one that is to come under the municipal structure. Just at a high level, can you tell us what those other options were that you looked at?
Sure, and you led the group through that. Do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So the 3 options we looked at was transitioning to a municipal department, which is the recommended option. We also looked at the establishment of a municipal services corporation. So municipal services corporation would be similar to what is outlined in Bill 60 in the establishment of a separate water wastewater corporation. And the third was we looked at continued operation of the PUC with improvements around service coordination and strategic alignment with the municipality.
Okay, thank you. I just, you had mentioned there were 3 options you looked at. It would have been nice to understand that in our report that was delivered to council, so that we kind of had an idea that we just, like, it appeared to us that there was just one option looked at. So thank you for that information. And in further in you mentioned the independent governance structure, and I'm assuming this is the skill-based board that you are referring to. When you refer, or that in Bill 60 requires the independent governance structure.
So to me, putting that under the municipality, obviously, that's not an independent structure because it becomes a part of the family, let's say, okay? But so does that skills-based board that you're recommending, does that become what would be considered the independent governance structure?
So Bill 60 highlights the Water Wastewater Corporations Act, giving municipalities, in particular, lower tier and upper tier municipalities, to establish that independent governance structure. This is typically in municipalities where there's system distribution is governed by multiple levels of
Tiers,
government.
yeah.
Correct. And so we don't anticipate that Bill 60 is going to become mandated across the province, specifically in regards to single-tier municipalities such as Chatham-Kent. I noted the independent governance structure as a way to identify that pulling the water wastewater operations into the municipality and providing that ability to have that strategic alignment, that directed oversight over the next immediate term number of years could position the municipality much better should the province decide they want separate governance structures for water wastewater operations. But right now, it's not something that we would recommend, just given the current state challenges.
Perfect, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you again.
Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Anderson.
I just have one that Councillor C. McGregor didn't ask. What are the best practices across the province?
So the best practices across the province, to begin with, every municipality in this province is looking for a way to take costs out of government, right? So it depends upon, the best practice depends upon the particular municipality, largely whether it's an upper tier municipality such as a county or a region, or whether it's a lower tier municipality or a separated municipality. In terms of best practices specific to municipalities such as Chatham-Kent, what you're looking for is economies of scale, right? Because you are not of such a size that you can afford to run multiple entities delivering similar services. So you're looking for an opportunity to achieve economies of scale and reduce the costs of service delivery. As well, in terms of governance specifically, there is a move, as we mentioned in the report, to skills-based boards and finding people to sit on your boards that have a background and an expertise in the subject matter area that they are overseeing or governing. Those
So
are the two keys.
This is a movement across the province to
Yes.
go towards that model? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I appreciate your presentation and all the work that you've done on this. Thank you very much. I just have a very quick question. It seems the option that you've presented to us seems to be the most impactful of the three decisions. And if you could just explain to us how you came to that and why the other options didn't seem to be as opportunistic as this one.
Sure. And you took the group through this, so why don't you answer that question?
Sure. So we did not recommend a municipal services corporation strictly because of the current state operating challenges right now between the PUC and the municipality. Municipal services corporation would take water wastewater operations even further out of the municipal purview. And essentially take decision-making away from either PUC commission, representatives of council, or council as a whole. So that option did not score high on our evaluation. The other option was continuing with the PUC, but identifying very specific improvements that needed to be made to bring greater strategic alignment between the municipality and the PUC, and that one also did not score as high as integrating as a municipal department, and that was strictly because of the large infrastructure investment that's required moving forward into the future, and the historic practice of of that strategic misalignment between council and the PUC, and really needing to bridge that gap in order to be able to address growth-related needs of the municipality moving forward.
Thank you so much, and again, I appreciate all your time on this.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Thank you for the presentation. We've had a lot of discussion about the skills-based board, but in the documentation in the presentation, I think it was slide 6, there was reference to the advisory committee. I'm not sure if this is a question to KPMG or to our staff, but can it just be clarified what the role of the advisory committee is, given that in the governance chart, it still seems that council is still ultimately responsible for the governance and oversight? So is this just subject matter experts that are coming together to review operations, and council would still be responsible for those governance, and how will that operationalize?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I think Ann can address that question. Go ahead.
That's a great question. And the way we envision the advisory board is essentially a standing committee of council. So council would have the ultimate accountability and authority for all decision-making in regards to water, wastewater operations, rate setting, investment of infrastructure. But the skills-based advisory committee kind of gives you the opportunity to have the best of both worlds, where council retains oversight and accountability and authority, but you're able to use the resources of skills-based board members who have experience in a variety of different areas, to call on them to help support your decision-making and provide their insights into key strategic decisions that need to be made. We envisioned the advisory committee kind of meeting on a quarterly basis, so certainly removed from the day-to-day operations, but there as a strategic resource for council based on their experience.
And then just a quick follow-up. So today, our Public Utilities Commission, I believe, meets on a monthly basis and has an agenda. So would it be anticipated that all of those items in that agenda would then shift over to council meeting agenda items? Or would there be something a little bit different because of would the governance go kind of one level up to a more 3,000-foot view? Or would it be expected that council take on the role of what the PUC is currently doing in agenda item subjects, and how deeply and closely we're looking at PUC items?
Yes, so your worship, to the council, I think that's a question that should be addressed to your CAO and leadership team. At this point in time, we see the advisory committee being a governance committee. The question about what appears on council agendas, that's a question for your staff.
I'll default to Gord. He's got his hand. He's waving his hand over there right now.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think I can help there. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So your purchasing bylaw will govern a lot of what of the regular reports that come to commission now and will continue to come to council if this were to go through. So a lot, that's where you'll see the approval for the Wheatley Water Tower, for example. That's one of the ones that the commission just is doing with for build next year. The regular reports, when it meets the purchasing thresholds, will be coming to council, but also it's more of the strategic alignment with municipal growth plans and vetted by a professional advisory committee, advisory committee, not a board, but giving advice to council on those major strategic decisions, and particularly on the master plans that come, approximately every 5 years, updates to master plans and where we're headed with growth in Chatham-Kent.
Great, thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Those are all my questions.
Councillor Doyle, followed by Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I got a couple questions. Just a quick follow-up on that one, though. So would the advisory board, like the new one, would they come and present to council in open session or closed session? Or how would that exactly work?
So it's an advisory committee. Yeah.
Advisory committee,
I know
sorry.
we've used the term board, but it's advisory committee. It's not a decision board. It's to give council advice. So, you know, the fine details is what will work out over the next year, but we envision the strategic items to be brought to that committee for discussion, and their recommendations come with a staff report to council when those major decisions are made. So you have that in advance of making your decisions at council.
Maybe,
Okay.
can I just add to that? I think the discussion about, the question was asking about whether it be open or closed. I think it would depend on the content. If it was the advisory board making a recommendation from a staff perspective, or something significant from a strategic, you know, all the same things that we use here when we decide whether something's enclosed or open, I think the same would apply. I would imagine vast majority of it would be an open, but there may be situations where it would be a closed session report. Keep in mind that council will get to approve the terms of reference for the committee. So some of these things will be your decision. We're just not at that stage yet. We obviously haven't prepared terms of reference because you haven't even made that decision yet. So as Mr. Quinton just said, we'll need some time to work that out. But the terms of reference, the skill sets that you would want to see on the on this advisory board or advisory committee, whether some of them, you know, you'd want a connection with the community, or others you might be okay with not having a connection with the community because they bring something else. All those things will work out, and there'll be a staff report that would have a proposed draft terms. Also the terms, how long would somebody sit? Would it be for the term of council? Would you want somebody, I would suggest when the time comes that you have a little bit of staggering so that you don't just lose all of that expertise and knowledge. So all of those things will be worked out at the appropriate time.
Thank you. It'd be nice to have a report from them, and then I guess it'd be nice if we could call on them to actually bring them here so we could ask them questions outside of what's on the report too. That's kind of what I was getting at. Thank you. And then the next question, it says that, you talk about savings from basically amalgamating with the two, because a lot of things are currently duplicated and possibly not planned out right. But then in the report, it also says that we should spend $2.2 million on hiring 14 new staff. So I'm just wondering where are the savings going to be? Because it doesn't really talk about exactly where the savings are going to be. So where would the savings come from? And are we going to be saving more than the $2.2 million?
So, Your Worship, I believe your staff can best answer that question.
We'll default to Gord again.
So as in the report, the $2.2 million figure of new staff is needed irrespective of whatever of the three governance, whether we go to a MSC, stay as we are, or bring it in-house. That money needs to be spent irrespective of the governance decision. So I just want to make sure that council understood that in the report, that recommendation number 6 is irrespective of any of the governance decisions. Our recommendation is to go forward with that as fast as possible to address growth in Chatham-Kent. By working together and strategically looking far into the future and working together, we expect to save millions and millions of both taxpayer and ratepayer dollars.
I'm sorry, just point of order, Mr. Mayor. Are we asking all of our questions right now, or are we just to discuss the report of KPMG?
I'd like to have all the questions, not only of the consultant, but of administration.
Okay.
So we'll go through that.
Will you add me back to this, please?
So I guess just
about the presentation, but as well, if you have any other questions, like what we'd like to do is make sure all the questions, so then the next part is just really is our talking points.
So if there was a motion to come forward, is that to happen now?
No, the motion will come after questions.
Okay, thank you.
so then, Gord, I guess could you just elaborate on where we would find the savings?
Certainly. So a lot of this was on one of Anne's slides where she talks about just efficiencies in operational structures, economies, and scale, just regular day-to-day things. But to simplify it, you don't want to do road work and then put the water line in 5 years later. You want to be planning 20 years in advance. And particularly when you get into growth and where we're moving as Chatham-Kent, we've added 10,000 population in the last decade. If we add 10,000 more in the next decade, where is growth headed? Are the synergies there that we're doing things once, well planned ahead at the right time? Asset management plan work. You've heard Sean and the IES team come with the asset management plan. There, in total, we're $13 billion of assets, but 4 or 5 billion of that's our water and sewer assets, and we just need to make sure that with the scarce resources that we have, we're planning ahead, we're being strategic, and we're doing things efficiently as possible, and saving those both water and sewer rates and municipal tax dollars in the long run.
Okay, thank you very much, and that's all my questions. Thank you very much again for the report.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Caniff. I guess just a quick question to the consultant, and I guess this is a question it is kind of difficult for me to pose, but I'm looking through the obviously a lot of data. We don't have even the expertise that people that sit on the actual commission has. So when we're looking at this, it's a lot of information to digest. A couple things that it's hard for me to kind of, we're talking about in here like performance matrix, potential, for success, efficiencies, all that stuff, but and realignment and that. But what we don't see is the recommendation is to obviously dissolve it and to absorb the PUC. But I guess we're asked to make a decision based on your recommendations, but it's just a widespread report on lots of information, but it doesn't say like how inefficient that we are from like a alignment perspective, and if this is something that is really needing to happen. So I'm just curious to see, because I know that there's a lot of challenges that we're facing because of lack of strategic planning from a growth perspective, but from your expertise in reviewing obviously a lot more data and documentation that we have, is this something that you think that we should really prioritize making this decision to go ahead? I know Councillor McGregor touched on a couple of different options that you considered, but we don't see the matrix to see, was this relatively close, or is this something that's like essentially like a no-brainer, for instance, right? So we don't see that, and we just want to see, like, I just wanted to hear from you what your thoughts is. Is this something that you feel as a corporation that we really need to do? It's easy to read through all this information, but I think it's just a, yes, we think we really need to do this, would help me make my decisions, because I'm not an expert in this field, obviously.
So thank you, Your Worship, for the councillor's question. So I should confirm to Council, Your Worship, that we were not engaged to do an efficiency or study on cost savings within the PUC, right? We were engaged to do a governance study. So we want to be very careful in our findings with respect to any kind of cost savings and counting it out. However, I'm going to turn it over to Anne here, and part of the work we did to arrive at this governance recommendation was based upon the experience of other municipalities, Your Worship, within the province. And do you want to speak to the City of Peterborough's experience with PUC?
Just to clarify, though, I'm not asking a cost-related question. I'm talking about efficiencies from an operational perspective and governance. I'm not talking about the cost. There's no, that's not a question I'm inquiring on. It's from a cost perspective.
Sorry, Your Worship. I thought you were asking me, like, for us to quantify what the cost savings would. But, Your Worship, perhaps Anne can speak to our findings with the benchmarking.
Thanks. So I don't want to go into too much detail because we did interview some comparators in confidence, so I'm only able to share what's public record of our peer municipalities. But I think everyone's aware, City of Peterborough recently dissolved their Public Utilities Commission and brought it in-house as a municipal department, similar to this proposed recommendation. We do know they're anticipating approximately $2.8 million in savings over the immediate term from the dissolution, and that's just in efficiencies saved between that municipal coordination piece, speaking to, Gord's comments on aligning on where you're going to invest your infrastructure over time and really minimizing the risk to the organization, that there would be decisions made about that infrastructure investment kind of in silos, which is really the kind of the key risk right now. I will draw your attention as well to it was page 13, I believe, in our report that identifies the RACI matrix that we put together. So all of the functions that are intertwined with municipal operations between the Public Utilities Corporation and the municipality. So that just shows you the breadth of and depth of how much coordination is required between the two organizations today, and how that will be streamlined in the future when it's all one municipal team reporting through to the CAO.
Thank you. And just my last follow-up question, I'm not sure who wants to take this, whether it be Darren or Mr. McAllister or Mr. Soldo. I guess how, it's important for us as council to know how unaligned we are on our growth right now. Is this something that we're really far on? Because I just know I'm hearing things, talking to ECDEV sometimes, we're hearing about these challenges about potential, serviced land and strategic aspects and capacity and all that. And I think it's important for us to know, making this decision, how far are we actually, are we unaligned with our strategic growth from a municipality to a Public Utilities Commission authority? Thank you.
I'll start on this. I wouldn't suggest that we were not aligned. I think it's an efficiency piece here. What we found out, over the years at the PUC, there was limited growth. There was a negative growth for a number of years, right? We had a lot of infrastructure capacity, I would suggest, like through 19 and 20. And certainly the market took that opportunity to ramp up and use that existing capacity. So a couple years ago, we did identify there's a number of studies. The PUC went through their master plan. We've been working on the official plan work. Edward's team we're doing a lot of growth planning right now, and it's come to light. We've brought this before, Gord's report in the summer. The reality is, to achieve these growth-related goals, we need to be more efficient and aligned, because there's a significant amount of investment and work that has to happen over the next 5 to 10 years to achieve that, both on the capital planning side. That was the PUC's report earlier in the summer that identified, I forget the number, Gord, but it was a big number of actual work that has to get going. It's in early planning stages if we are going to be able to continue to encourage growth in this community, because we are going to run out of real estate, so to speak, right, where there's opportunities with servicing availability. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Just my comment is I just don't want to see us run out of real estate. Mm-hmm. So, that's why I think it's important to support this and starting to prepare for, because it does say in the report missed opportunities. I'm not sure what that's reflective of, missed opportunities, but it does reference missed opportunities in this report, and it doesn't say specific projects, but if we are missing opportunities because of strategic planning, then that's something that I think we need to, get on as soon as possible. Thank you for everyone's time.
Councillor Hall, followed by Councillor Story.
Thank you very much, Mayor Caniff. Now, I think my question's different than Councillor Cruz. It's about best practice, but I know she asked about best practice in terms of like the setup of the board, and you said a best practice across Ontario is a skill-based board, which you answered. And you also just gave an example of, which is closer to my question, I think, about a community making the change to in-house. So I guess what's the best practice that you've seen across Ontario in municipalities for how their water and wastewater is set up? Is it more of the in-house kind of model that's being proposed tonight and recommended tonight, or is it more of the kind of the separate entity commission that we have right now? Do you see something that's more common across Ontario?
Yes, Your Worship, to the councillor. So again, Anne went over the various options that we had, and those are all leading practices across the province. But we are very concerned, or very focused, on what is the right solution for the municipality of Chatham-Kent. And the recommendation that we have to bring the PUC within the municipal corporation, we think is leading practice and fits the requirements of this specific municipality.
And just to follow up, I guess, have you made recommendations for other communities for the other to stay as a separate entity, or is that, I'm just trying to find, I know this is a recommendation just for Chatham-Kent, but I'm just trying to see if there's, what the themes are across other communities.
So, our firm works with many municipalities across the country and across this province, and each one of them has their own particular needs. And yes, we have worked with municipalities that looked at the establishment, for example, of municipal service corporations for the delivery of water, wastewater services. But their requirements, the evaluation criteria that we used around the governance model was very different from this municipality.
Thank you.
Maybe I can address that. So I've been at 4 different municipalities. They were all different. It just depends. A lot of it depends on whether it's upper tier, single tier. A lot of it also depends on historical, who was in charge of it before, how hard it is to decouple it from where it was before. For instance, City of Windsor, water is actually done by the utility. And when utilities handles water as well. When I was in Muskoka, it was done by the municipality. In fact, the lower tier and upper tier was all done by the water and wastewater in the upper tier, and lower tier was all done by the upper tier, if that makes sense. And then in Oxford County, which I believe KPMG was involved in, it was primarily the responsibility of the county, but they did contract out. They were still the operator, they were still the provider, but they did contract out some of that work to a couple of the smaller, lower tiers that had the capacity. And again, that was a little bit of that was because of historical reasons, legacy reasons, and then there's Chatham-Kent. So I think you will see different models, and a lot of those models depend on various factors. Sometimes it has to do with efficiency, sometimes it has to do with legacy, sometimes it has to do with the fact that there's an upper tier, lower tier. So that's my experience. I think KPMG certainly has more experience. Edwards worked at a couple of municipalities, and I'm pretty sure that they were quite different as well across the board. So there are a number of different leading practices across the province.
Thanks, Michael.
Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that presentation. Appreciated you taking the time to go through that with us. I would say that from a personal perspective, I think we might be discussing this a little bit later, but I would support a deferral of this in light of the volume of information we're being asked to review. This is obviously a very substantial project, one that if you're estimating would take at least 12 months to implement. That to me is something that we shouldn't take lightly, so I'm hopeful we're going to get to that.
Sorry, you have questions? We will have the time to talk about that. I just want.
No, I appreciate that. I just want to put my 2 cents in to support that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this might be a staff question since we're asking all of those now. There was a reference to the July 14th meeting, which I was just reviewing, and that was the meeting where we spoke for several hours about the PUC. And there was the green and the yellow and the red categories that we talked about. If memory serves, we deferred that report because there were so many questions around it. How does this process impact that green, yellow, red project list? And I know we talked about the Flow CK special project group that we were going to form to address those sort of green, yellow, red projects. Is that, since we deferred all of that, I'm not sure the status of that and how that would fit into what we're doing. If this, whatever we decide with this piece, how do those two fit together? Thank you.
Gord, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there was 2 meetings in the summer, and so we deferred it. We first talked about it at the June 23rd meeting, and then deferred it to the July 14th meeting. And that's when the recommendations were approved. One of those recommendations was for an update to the recent master plan to be done. That Darren could talk about the timing, but that's just gone out to RFP, I believe, and might be on the PUC agenda either this week or the January PUC meeting, which was about the red, yellow, and green and prioritizing. But some of that's some of what Jim Harnum and his consultant team uncovered in that is part of this efficiency and strategic looking forward to support growth and doing things in the most cost-effective manner. But I do want to recognize, as we weren't growing in the 2010s, it was a different world in Chatham-Kent. And so this in no way is to say we did anything wrong in the past. It's just Chatham-Kent's matured to the point now and has the growth potential that we just can't miss, and we need to make sure we're working efficiently towards those goals. So it all wraps together, I guess, is the conclusion. Council asked for this review long before the last November, long before the Jim Harnum's group presentation came to council. So it's been a while being thought about, and is I think is just the most efficient way to move forward from this point onward.
Thanks, Gord. So we have, that all makes sense. I think my concern is we're asking the green, yellow, red work sounded quite substantial and for good reason. We're going to be asking a lot of the same people to be working on a year-long transition to a new governance model and a new operation model. That seems like a lot of work for a lot of the same people in the coming 12 months, but if our CAO is comfortable with that, that's fine too. I just wanted to flag that piece of it. If there's anything you want to add, Michael, I have a few other questions, but on that piece, that seems like a lot going on at the same time.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. If we go back to that slide that was showing sort of the 12 months, much of that is actually, I think 5 months of it is legal and regulatory and just getting some paperwork done. That doesn't really impact the people that are involved in the green, yellow, red. I would suggest that I think if we, one way or another, we need to make a decision on this, and certainly staff is supporting the recommendation of KPMG. And one of the reasons I think why we're supporting it is the green, yellow, red list. The work that you saw there, not only is it significant in terms of cost and effort, but we feel that if we have the most efficient model going forward, we'll be able to accomplish that. But if we have two different organizations and both are pursuing their priorities separately, and I think that green, yellow, red list shows how important it is that we be working together, not just operationally, but financially. Some of those dollars are going to come through rates, but there'll also be overlap with other projects that the municipality is doing. So I have no problem if there's going to be a motion to delay this. I think it's about 2 months or something like that. That's not going to have a huge impact. But I would suggest that we'll be in a better position to accomplish those green, yellow, red list. Hopefully we'll focus on green first if we actually have a new model in place, because there will be a lot of overlap. And as Bruce said, we're in a growth phase, and now is the time for the organizations to be working really closely together and having our whatever engineers we do have working together and moving ahead with the hiring of staff. We're not going to be able to accomplish those items without the additional staff that's mentioned in the report.
Thank you, Michael. Just two final questions on that. So from a public perspective, often in the past, when we've discussed things like water rates, we've used a sort of separation between the PUC and the municipality as sometimes as a shield almost, where the residents are paying for the water rates, but that's the PUC. So now our bills are all going to come with the municipality of Chatham-Kent logo on them. And we're going to be, if the rates go up, and we've talked about our water rate questions, that'll be from the municipality now. If this moves ahead as recommended, the water bills and the water rate invoices will come from us, and we'll be the ones accountable for that. Thank you.
Yeah, I know Mr. Quinton wants to speak to that. They don't have to come from us. They could come from the Water and Wastewater Services Division. You can put whatever you want on, on the actual bill. But at the end, it's not uncommon at all for municipalities to have a rate support budget and a tax support budget. And so they're completely two different things. And so you would likely see that we would have discussions about rates very separately from having discussions about tax. In fact, some municipalities do their rate support for obvious reasons. They do it well before the end of the year. And then they do their tax support early in the year. We're fortunate here in Chatham-Kent. We tend to do tax before the end of the year. But the division of rate support and tax support is not uncommon. That's done in a lot of places where they're, where they're responsible for both. Mr. Quinton may want to add to that.
Yeah, just 2 points. So if this were to go through in your 28 to 31 multi-year, you would have a tax budget to debate and a rate budget to debate with all council. The PUC does that now for rates, but it would be all council going forward. But as far as the customer, at this time, we're not recommending bringing billing in-house. That always will be a part of our regular service reviews. We'll always review that. Every 5 years, we'll make sure we're getting efficient services from Integris and see if there was an opportunity to bring it in-house and save the ratepayers money, we would. But for the customers, they're still going to get an Integris bill, the exact same as today, that has a water services line and a wastewater services line. No change at all to the customer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think for the taxpayer, it's still coming out of one of their own account. But I appreciate that. And last, just my final question is, so if Bruce, I understand Bruce's comment correctly, we didn't ask you to do a cost savings assessment. You were doing the governance review. So has there been any cost savings assessment done on this yet? I mean, everyone sort of verbally suggested it, but we haven't actually done that assessment, have we?
No, that's correct. And I'll turn that over to Mr. Quinton as well. I mean, this isn't intended to be a financial exercise. The intent here is that it wouldn't cost you any more money. We would know over time where the savings are. We feel that there would be efficiencies, but obviously can't demonstrate that to you until we have an opportunity to see what it looks like. Like I said, this isn't about saving money. It's also not about spending more money, to be clear. As Mr. Quinton said, those 14 positions, doesn't matter which model you need. One way or another, because of those green, yellow, and red projects that you have to do, and I know Mr. Galbraith will agree with me too, they don't have the capacity to be able to do anything that's on the list going forward. So no matter which of the three models that Councillor McGregor asked the consultants to lay out, you're still going to need those 14 staff. So it's not a cost exercise. That's why we didn't rush to get this done around the budget time. This is really just purely about governance, and we are confident that we'll have more alignment with municipal priorities if we move towards this model. But Mr. Treasurer may have something to add to that.
I just wanted to add that in the rate studies that that Watson and Associates worked on behalf of the PUC, there are 10% plus rate increases for water for 25, 6, and 7. Looking forward to the costs that are coming on the capital side and the need to fund the staff that are needed to get those jobs done. If we staying as a status quo PUC and not moving those projects forward, as we've seen in the last 5 years, costs have doubled. We've waited and costs have doubled without their proper engineering staff in place. we'll have poorer grant applications to upper levels. We'll have less engineering work done. We'll have less shovel-ready projects. This is where it all adds up to what the future is going to tell whether it saved money or not, I guess. But this is where all of us in the executive management team feel that the savings are actually significant looking forward over the next decade if we were to go forward with this governance change.
No, I appreciate that. Thanks, Gord. I think it's fair to make it clear to the public, though, that this is a governance piece, which I fully support. Like, I think that is a very reasonable approach to take based on the recommendations and what you pointed out. Governance is a very acceptable reason to look at different service models, but I have heard sort of different opinions tonight on whether it's a money exercise, a savings exercise. If we haven't done that yet, we probably, so I think that's fair to say that's not what this is about, because I think amalgamation does not save money, as we've learned in our own communities. So I think just as long as we're clear with the public that it's a governance piece, which I think is fully reasonable, versus a cost savings piece. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we've covered off, and is there any other questions of the consultant? If not, is there any questions towards administration? I know that we just want to make sure we covered off there, because the next part I want to just have, it's a question-free zone from here on in, unless it's absolutely required. Something, Councillor Scotchy, go ahead.
Just, we've heard a lot from the consultant and from our staff. I just didn't know if Mr. Galbraith wanted to add anything before we go into the actual voting or to the motions. Well, we haven't heard from the PUC yet, so I'm just curious to see if he had anything to add. I didn't want to have specific questions, but I think it would be important just to hear even a little bit to see, the thought process. That's all.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, in your report, you'll see all the different people that were collaborated on coming with these decisions, right? So there was myself, there was my two directors, IES's GM, the directors. Council had an input, commissioners had input. So it's all a collaborative effort. I see a lot of the benefits of going the municipal department route, because there would be more collaboration with other departments more. I don't know if that was technically always the case in the past, but that's a prerogative that I've had since I've been here since January 1st, 2024. So at the end of the day, this is council's decision to decide which model they want to do, in this case, the municipal department. I will add to what Gord's been saying about the staffing. There are tasks that we cannot get done. And I'll just give a brief one, is combined sewer separations. So if we're going to spend tens of millions of dollars ripping up apart a subdivision to separate sewers, there's no staff on IES or PUC today to go to those residents and ask them to move their their downspouts or sump pumps off that combined sewer connection they have to the sanitary and get their storm over onto the storm where it's supposed to go. The whole goal of separation is to get the capacities back to the sewage plant by not having us treat wastewater. Then also that affects, like what the gentleman said from Merlin, it also helps with the I&I. And there's a lot of things that come out of the municipal view report that identify different tasks we need to do. Another one was condition assessments. We have 60 sewage pump stations that we do not do condition assessments on. We look at it on unfortunately, more of an eyeballing breakdown situation as to what the life cycle is on equipment. So we actually need staff to look at all these. So I'm fully in agreement with the recommendations that KPMG has brought forward. But again, this is council's decision.
Okay, seeing that, I'll go Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor Councillor C. McGregor, I'll go to you.
You would like me to put the recommendations on the floor? I'll put them on the floor. Pardon? Oh, okay, I thought you wanted these on the floor first, and then I would go to mine.
No, we can go to your recommendation.
Okay. I move that council refer Report 17A, Public Utilities Commission Governance Review, Final Report, back to administration for more information, clarification, and opportunities for council education prior to council considering adopting the recommendations in principle. Further, that council direct administration to schedule a special regular council meeting dedicated solely to the review and discussion of the recommendations on February 2nd, 2026, contained within the report. And further, that the following information brought back to council for that meeting will include, but not be limited to, the following. 1, comparative governance models, an overview of the diverse types of water and wastewater-specific public utility commissions currently operating across the province of Ontario, including governance structures, reporting relationships, and accountability models. 2, estimated financial impacts of dissolution. A detailed estimate of all costs associated with dissolving the current PUC structure, including but not limited to legal fees, consulting fees, contract termination, or transition costs. 3, full cost implications identified in the report. A comprehensive breakdown of all anticipated costs arising from the proposed governance changes, including contracts required to dissolve the PUC, the projected budgetary impact and percentage increase required to accommodate the 11 new staffing positions found in the report, which were estimated at $2.2 million, and implications of the Integris billing contract versus the cost of alternative or in-house options. 4, alternative governance scenarios considered, a summary of all other governance models that were explored prior to recommending the current proposal, including whether any interest has been expressed or assessed regarding combining current PUC services and infrastructure under Integris governance, and the rationale for excluding or prioritizing alternative models. 5, rationale for adoption of KPMG's governance recommendations, which include clarification on why administration is recommending council adopt in principle the KPMG recommendations to implement a skills-based advisory committee, including technical expertise, financial expertise, regulatory and sector-specific knowledge, along with an explanation how this model would maintain independence from political influence while supporting informed council decision-making and meaningful constituent input. 6, community consultation, that administration organize a public information open house in early January and create a Let's Talk page for public and stakeholder consultation to allow constituents an opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed governance changes, financial implications, alternative governance options, long-term impacts on public utility oversight and accountability, and that the PUC Commission and Council be provided this other information prior to any decision to adopt the recommendations contained in Report 17A.
Councillor Crew, will you second that?
I will, and just a friendly amendment that it come to the commission's January meeting. I know it was in there somewhere, but didn't have the date, so. To the January 15th commission meeting.
Okay, back to me.
Yes, so, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm bringing this motion forward because the recommendations in Report 17A represent a significant governance and financial shift for our municipality, and I believe Council needs additional information and education before considering adoption in principle. This report proposes dissolving the current PUC Public Utilities Commission structure and replacing it with a model that includes substantial staffing increase and long-term financial commitments. Before moving forward, it's important that Council fully understands the range of governance models used across the province for water and wastewater utilities, as well as the true and complete costs associated with such a change. I'm particularly concerned that report identifies the $2.2 million in new staffing costs in addition to legal consulting and contractual costs without council having the opportunity to review how these figures impact our overall budget and tax levy. The motion is not about delaying progress. It's about ensuring transparency, due diligence, and informed decision-making. I believe a dedicated meeting, either a committee of whole, or I think it was determined a special council meeting, would allow council to focus exclusively on these recommendations, ask questions, and receive education necessary to make a responsible decision. I'm also asking that administration provide clarity on alternative governance options that may have been considered, including those that preserve operational independence while maintaining accountability, and why those options were not recommended. I think we got a bit of that information, but that could be updated with a little more detail. And finally, given the importance of the public utility and their impact on residents, I believe there should be an opportunity for meaningful community consultation before council makes a final decision. And this motion simply asks that we take the time to get it right for council, for administration, and most importantly, for our constituents.
Okay, Councillor Crew, anything?
No, if I have anything, I'll save it till the last.
Okay, other questions? Councillor Story?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to speak to the motion. Is that what we're doing right now? Just to make sure I'm on the proper.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What?
Sorry, are we speaking to the motion right now?
Yes,
Okay,
just this
thank you.
motion.
I fully support this motion. I think this is a reasonable approach to a very substantial decision. For, as to Councillor McGregor's point, you know, one of the agencies or entities in this community that impacts every single citizen in our municipality. So I don't think it necessarily changes what the ultimate recommendations, I mean, it could, but I don't necessarily even see that as the outcome. I see it as a transparency and accountability piece. This was a substantial report provided to us in a fairly limited period of time. And for me, the biggest detail, the governance piece is critical, and I fully support that approach, but the lack of cost analysis is a substantial omission for me at this time. And I know we didn't ask anyone to do that, but I do think when we consider any type of decision along these lines, we need to have a cost-benefit analysis. And so I do believe I see that in Councillor McGregor's motion, and I think a reasonable decision would be to defer this so we have the details we need to make an informed decision. My position tonight would be I would vote no on the original recommendation because I don't feel comfortable with the volume of information to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Any comments? Councillor Harrigan?
I have a question directed to staff about the feasibility of the amount of information that's requested and the timeline, just recognizing the holiday season and wanting to respect people's
Yeah, no, I'm
work-life
good with
balance.
that question because it relates to the deferral specifically, yes.
You want me? I consulted with Councillor McGregor and fine with the timeline.
Is that good? Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Totally support this deferral motion by Councillor C. McGregor. And just a quick comment. And I think I've made this comment in the past for different issues about this comparison between content and context. We've gotten a lot of information tonight, a lot of details from some professionals, the consultants, and from our expert staff as well. But I feel like it would be important to get more context which is feedback from the community and how it impacts the community. And I think Councilor McGregor's motion achieves that with the consultation options, the dedicated meeting where people we can focus on that, get a better understanding, and the public can zero in on it as well. I think if the original motion was before us tonight, it would be really difficult to say yes, but I feel like I wouldn't want to say no either. So I think pushing this a little bit, spending some dedicated time to it would be a good decision for our council. Thank you.
Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I can definitely appreciate where this motion would come from, but I think that it does like a bit of disservice to the amount of work that has been done to get to this recommendation by both KPMG and our entire staff that has worked on this. I also want to say that I think one of the greatest shows of collaboration with something being inside of the municipality is the Parks and Recreation master plan that we'll be looking at, and that is because it collaborated with all of the municipality to come up with a plan. And that's exactly what this recommendation from KPMG and our staff will give us. I also want to say and bring awareness that the GM of the PUC, Darren Galbraith, Rob Bernardi, the Director of Engineering and Compliance of the PUC, Karen Burgess, who's the Director of Operations for Water and Wastewater Services at the PUC, and Ryan Brown, the Director of Public Works, were all collaborators on this and all agreed that this was the best option to go for the PUC. And that's really the decision that we're here to make today. I don't think that delaying this will change our decision. I think that it'll take a lot more time and resources and money to do everything that is being asked in this to ultimately come to the exact same decision that's being recommended. So as a PUC board member, I won't be agreeing with this motion.
So to be clear on this, if this is turned down, then we'll go to the original motion. Seeing nothing else, any final comments? Councillor Cruz, and I'll go to you, Councillor McGregor, C. McGregor.
No, nothing that's not been said. Just more information is why I'm seconding this. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll go to Councillor Doyle sneaking in here, then I'll go to you, Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. After watching the presentation and hearing Darren talk, I think I was originally going to support this motion, but I do think that we're just going to come to the same conclusion in 2 months, and there's probably going to be a lot of extra staff time going in to get all these things. And I do think it's something that we need, and I'm never one to say let's hire more staff, but from hearing the troubles that they're having there, being low staffed and everything that we have coming up in the near future, it's definitely something that's needed. So I don't think I'm going to be supporting this, and I'm also a member of the PUC committee, and I would be supporting the recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor C. McGregor, maybe I'll pop in here just quickly as well. Just this is a result of the motion I put out several months ago to do this, and reading the report and being part of it, I believe this is the best way to do it. So I won't be supporting the deferral, but obviously that's a decision of council. So Councillor C. McGregor, go ahead.
Thank you. And this motion was by no means to not move forward with this. But, I think we got the detail of this information on Wednesday, and we're asked to make a decision to absorb a $4.4 billion asset into the infrastructure of the municipality with only the recommendations of what we had in our presentation, and that our staff agree that with this. At the end of the day, we are the ones that are going to be responsible for the decisions that happen within the PUC and with what happens with water. And, and I think the major point of this whole thing is allowing some of that transparency for the opportunity for our constituents to understand what decisions and what we're placing and what we're putting on the table here. I think that we have preached almost at every single meeting about community consultation and involving our community in having them understand the decisions that we make. Maybe some of you are that much farther ahead of me, but, I've been on the PUC since I've been on council, and this is a major decision, and I cannot make it in 5 days. I think I'm not asking for a great deal, but an extra, and it probably wouldn't be as long if there was not a Christmas holiday in the middle. I'm asking for this to be extended into February so that we can get proper information, do our due diligence, and have the community and all of those around us have the opportunity to comment on this decision. The other part of this that came up but made me think of it is through Councillor Story's conversation was the red, green, yellow. And that was to deal with the assets of this municipality and with the PUC and some of these jobs that need to move forward. We were originally scheduled to have a meeting in October, a special meeting, so that we could have a better understanding of the needs moving forward in the strategic direction of this council and the community moving forward. And that meeting was put off and delayed, as we were told at that point in time, until after budgets happen. Well, we still don't have that information to know what changes need to transpire moving forward in this municipality, yet we're willing to make this decision on 4 or 5 days' notice. I can't do that. I hope that most of you will respect the need for more information. When I spoke to Gord today, I don't think that I was putting any extra work. I think they have a lot of the information, though it's not in the report, or he would not have worked with me to suggest that it come back in February. So I think that extra work that everybody seems to think we're going to be putting them through it probably has been done, but I think it should be shared with us, and that information should be out in the open for us, in the public realm, for that not only we can understand that decision that we're making, but also that our community can. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
And Councillor McGrail? Councillor McGrail, are you there? Councillor McGrail? Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 9-8. We'll now move on to 17B, celebrating Chatham-Kent's cultural diversity in soccer in 2026.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Hall, can I get you put on the floor, please?
Yes, Mayor Caniff, happy to move.
So seconded.
Councillor Harrigan, go ahead.
Thank you. I just really wanted to draw some attention to this and pull it off of the consent agenda, and really just ask staff to share at a high level what is the FIFA Canada Caravan. And there was a mention about engaging different soccer organizations. So what are some potential ways that we can do that, and how can we really get behind this initiative in the summer?
Through the Mayor, thank you, Councillor Harrigan, for your question. So 2026 FIFA World Cup comes around every 4 years, a major event if you play soccer, which of course is a global sport. So FIFA Canada, Canada, the US and Mexico are 3 countries hosting the event. So FIFA Canada is actually bringing a soccer-related event to communities across the country, including 15 in Ontario. The event itself will culminate in the screening of a game, whatever, a particular game on one evening, but there'll be a lot of activations around that in terms of soccer activities that would engage local community, celebrations, giveaways. So I think if you think back to the time where we hosted hometown hockey, well, this is not necessarily something that will be televised, but if you think of the excitement around that in terms of a hockey piece, think of this now in a soccer component as well. So in terms of connecting with community groups, we will hopefully know sometime in January 2026 if Chatham-Kent has been selected as one of the 15 stops in Ontario. And that being the case, we would look to integrate the event with the Taste of Chatham-Kent, which some of you around the table will remember the days of the Festival of Nations. So this is Festival of Nations 2.0. So the Taste of Chatham-Kent is a celebration of cultural diversity, foods. It generally incorporates a soccer tournament that in times past has been hosted by the Portuguese club with teams, global teams, essentially made up from community members. But we believe that this particular event, if we're successful in securing the FIFA event, will be a culminating piece for that entire celebration. So in terms of the plan, if we're selected, the overall intent then would be to do outreach to minor soccer associations across the community to ensure that they are, included in the event when it happens, but potentially as well around some excitement pieces in the build up to that. So the details are not fully set out at this point. We don't know. So we're still waiting to hear from FIFA Canada. But I think we can pretty well guarantee it to be an exciting event for folks who like soccer in our community.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Audrey.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
Councillor McGrail? Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
We're going on item 18, infrastructure and enduring services. Note that we're 10 after 9 now. If we keep at the pace we're going, we will be asking for extension. Thanks.
Sorry, I can announce it. Sorry, my apologies again. 18A, Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We have a presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff, members of council. I'm Ian Clark, Manager, Parks, Recreation, and Cemeteries. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2025 Parks and Recreation Master Plan. This plan represents a comprehensive, community-driven roadmap guiding how the municipality will plan its parks, recreation facilities, and services over the next 10 years. Today, I'll be summarizing for council the key findings, outline and address some of the feedback received from the public, and provide our recommendations for next steps to adopt and implement. As reported to council during our update in August, this study kicked off in the summer of 2024. It examined existing municipal policy, our community profile, including growth projections, asset ratios in comparison with other municipalities, industry best practices, usage statistics where available, and a heavy emphasis on public input. The municipality has 149 active seasonal user groups, that is, organized groups using our facilities on a weekly basis throughout a season, in addition to dozens of other service groups, parks committees, community associations, event organizers, and other formal and informal groups with a vested interest in this work. We've heard directly from many, whether through our surveys, our 3 engagement sessions, emails, telephone calls, or informal chats at our facilities. It was important that this master plan be aligned with Municipal Council's strategic priorities for 2022 to 2026. It advances high-quality, community-focused services, continued efficient operations, and strategic approaches to sustainable asset management, utilizing acquisitions, divestments, service level changes, and new revenue generation to better manage the infrastructure gap. It supports community growth with targeted recreation infrastructure, service, and workforce investments, enhances inclusion and quality of life for residents of all ages through accessible facilities and diverse programming, and reinforces environmental sustainability through stronger parkland stewardship and priority renovations to reduce our carbon footprint. With consideration given to multiple drivers, we ultimately sought to build a master plan with a vision for Chatham-Kent's parks and recreation system to be adaptable, sustainable, inclusive, and connected. Through our study, several key findings emerged that shaped the direction of the master plan. We heard about aging facilities, something we talk about a lot in our asset management planning, and their lack of accessibility and modern amenities, as well as a strong call for more indoor, year-round recreation options. Residents expressed a need to renew existing well-used assets, such as improved court surfaces and meeting spaces, as well as additional courts for sports like pickleball and basketball, and recreation opportunities that reflect a more diverse community. Beyond the facilities, there was needs were identified for naturalized spaces, expanded tree canopy, and improved walkability of our parks. We reflected these findings in the master plan's recommendations from major capital projects like the proposed multi-use recreation center with co-located ice pads and an indoor pool, to strategies for divesting underutilized and less efficient outdoor pools, expanding multi-use fields, and improving connectivity across our park system. As outlined in our update to Council in the summer and presented to the public at an open house in September, master plan recommendations propose transformative investment for Chatham-Kent's Parks and Recreation system. Our largest proposed project, the multi-use rec center, is intended to replace and co-locate 2 ice pads with the opportunity for further expansion, enabling divestment of aging arenas. It will increase opportunities for indoor recreation with a field house, gymnasium, and an indoor pool, enabling divestment of aging seasonally operated outdoor pools, and overall addressing the demand for modern year-round recreation. Other investments include Walsburg's waterfront parks and gateway system, the continued phased build-out of St. Clair Community College Park with a cricket pitch and pickleball hub, Wheatley's new downtown park, and a new 4-diamond ball complex in South Kent. Across the municipality, we'll upgrade trails, playgrounds, and courts, increase our quantity of soccer fields and basketball courts, and undergo renovations at Blenheim, Dresden, Ridgetown, and Wheatley arenas to extend life and improve accessibility or capacity. Fundamental to the success of the master plan is a refocusing of our Recreation Services Department from direct delivery to that of facilitation and partnership. Working closely with those 149 user groups plus other stakeholders to build programs, facilitate community-driven delivery, engage them in the early design, as well as our capital planning of our facilities so they're built in the manner that best contributes to their success, identifying and addressing programming gaps in all areas of Chatham-Kent, rationalize user fees, and leverage sponsorship and advertising opportunities to improve financial sustainability. Since the release of the master plan's recommendations in September, we've received significant public feedback. We've heard strong support for the overall direction of the master plan, particularly the need for larger projects and those that expand outdoor sports fields and indoor recreation opportunities. At the same time, residents have raised concerns about capital costs, tax implications, and the desire for the municipality to secure senior government funding for these larger projects. On that point, one of the most important reasons for having clear council-adopted projects in a master plan is to ensure Chatham-Kent is ready for when these funding opportunities become available. Grant programs are often time-limited and highly competitive. Successful municipalities are those with projects identified, justified, and aligned with their long-term needs. There are also municipalities who've demonstrated financial commitment to those projects through advanced planning work, concept design, and preferably advancing them to a shovel-ready state. Funding partners want projects that are ready to be implemented. Our recommendations tonight are intended to better position council for that readiness. We've also heard a desire to increase our overall ice pad inventory above 10, and specifically including more than 2 ice pads at the multi-use rec center. This study approached recommendations for adding or divesting assets, whether it's a number of ice pads, pools, or sports fields, with careful consideration. Since the last master plan, Chatham-Kent has seen a steady decline in arena use, sometimes as low as only 40% of prime hours booked at some locations, resulting in previous council debates around arena closure and ultimately a pilot project of reduced ice fees to see if ice use would rebound. Administration reported as recently as July of 2023 that ice use was still down despite the reduced fees. Now, beginning last season and continuing into this season, with full fees in effect, ice use in Chatham-Kent has seen a significant turnaround. So much so, we anticipate close to 90% of all prime hours will be booked by the end of this season. So absolutely, this recent surge in demand has made prime hours scarce, impacting potential expansion of programs by user groups or extra practice time, and that's undoubtedly behind the calls for more ice pads. However, we do not have the data to suggest confidently to council that we expect this recent demand to be sustained over the long term, particularly given the investment required to maintain these particular types of assets. Our recommendation remains maintaining a 10-pad inventory overall, with an initial 2 co-located at the multi-use rec center, but with a design intentionally structured to give council flexibility to add an additional 1 or 2 ice pads in the future, whether it's based on cost avoidance of other aging arenas or adapting to long-term changes in demand, supporting sustained need for that level of inventory. Adaptation is a core principle of our overall vision within the master plan, and we believe that this will still give council the flexibility to adapt accordingly if and when circumstances warrant. We've heard that groups want to be involved in the design process, which we welcome when we reach that stage. There's concern with the long timelines projected for some of these projects. The proposed timelines were intentionally developed to reflect both existing capacity and the increase in capacity outlined in the master plan. Should council wish to fast-track any of these projects, staff will report back on the additional resources necessary or potential reprioritization of work. And finally, we've heard a lot of questions around projects to renew assets not identified in the master plan. When's my playground being replaced? Or this diamond needs new dugouts, and so on. The master plan is not a comprehensive list of all life cycle requirements across our large portfolio of parks and recreation assets. Rather, the plan focuses on the most impactful, strategic, and priority needs. Detailed life cycle costing, risk and condition assessment, and long-range sustainability strategies for all our assets, which tells us when they need to be renewed or cost avoidance through acquisition or divestment, will continue to be developed and refined each year through our detailed asset management plan and reflected in our budget updates. So while not specified in this document, the playground replacements are coming. Both Table 37 in the master plan and Appendix B in Council's report breaks down the annual financial requirements for implementation and their associated actions by year through 2035. In total, we're forecasting $226.6 million in capital investment, including $25.5 million in existing funding, $5.4 million in third-party fundraising partnerships, and $191.7 million in new capital. All projects and funding sources will be subject to council approval as identified in future budget processes and the long-term financial plan. The long-term financial plan incorporates all completed master plans together, not just the Parks and Rec master plan, and future multi-year budget processes, along with anticipated upper-level government support, future development charge revenue, new growth revenue from expiring CIP tax deferrals, new investment revenue streams, responsible debt for generational equity, and gradual property tax adjustments. We've also estimated that impacts to the base budget as a result of master plan implementation, a cumulative increase of $2.6 million by 2035, net of anticipated revenues, divestments, and efficiencies. This amount includes a net increase of 13.5 full-time equivalent staff, such as parks operators, inspectors, lifeguards, and project managers, necessary to deliver recommended projects and operations. Our estimated workforce requirements will continue to be assessed over the course of the planning horizon to ensure an appropriately scaled and efficient parks and recreation operation. So the master plan outlines a significant body of work that administration will undertake to prepare this and future councils to make informed decisions. For tonight, we're specifically recommending this council take the following actions. Number one, adopt the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Doing so endorses its overall vision and priorities as the basis for future decision-making, not just to the public, but to potential senior government or funding partners. Administration will then focus available resources on implementation, including developing business cases necessary to enable future council direction. Number two, approves up to $2 million in spending divided between the new arena build reserve and the Parks Lifecycle Reserve to advance major capital projects and prepare for funding submissions. Work includes initial feasibility, due diligence, and early design. As mentioned tonight, senior government funding programs require projects to be well-defined, costed, and shovel-ready. The feedback we've heard from residents is that they want us to take advantage of these programs. Without performing this work, our applications will be less competitive, and we risk missing out on funding opportunities when they're announced. Number three, approves a new project manager position. This additional capacity will perform the work in recommendation number two and other priorities identified in both the master plan and the Parks and Recreation Asset Management Plan. We heard from the public that they want delivery of some of these priority projects as soon as possible. This added capacity is necessary to meet the timelines we propose in the master plan. The financial impact of this position is recommended to be funded from the Asset Management Plan's 1.5% annual funding allotment. Recommendation number four directs projects related to community growth identified in the master plan to the upcoming development charge background study for implementation in 2027. Once adopted, this will provide an additional revenue stream for master plan implementation as revenues become available. And number 5, directs administration to refer other identified costs to implement master plan recommendations to the 2027 budget update, the next multi-year budget, and the previously mentioned long-term financial plan for future council consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Story, can I get you to put the motions on the floor, please?
Yes, Mayor Kenneth, happy to move the recommendations.
I'm happy to put it on, move it to put it on the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Harrigan, go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor. Thank you, Ian, for that presentation. A lot of what your summary included answered my questions, but I'm just going to ask this anyway. Apologies for the redundancy, but for individuals who are reading and reviewing the master plan, there's a lot of comparisons with other communities when we talk about assets. And often that's done from a population standpoint, but Chatham-Kent has quite a large geography. And so when we think about recreation, we want to make sure, I'll just use the example that 11-year-olds can hop on their bikes in the summertime and bike to the splash pad or bike to the pool or bike to the park and have access to that within their community where they don't have to necessarily, get in the car and drive to another town. So I really appreciated the data that was provided, but also wanting to comment on the balance that I saw in the report in recognizing that assets are needed across Chatham-Kent. For areas where we might be looking at shifting or divesting certain assets, can you just reconfirm that those decisions, while they're referenced here in the report, would still be required to come back to council because that's a very specific service level decision?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That's correct. So council is not making any decisions tonight on potential divestment or adding of new assets. They'd simply be adopting that strategy, and with that strategy adopted, we'll be returning to council in the future with business cases to implement those recommendations.
Great, and I will just say, not as the chair of our Board of Health, but a member of our Board of Health, we talk a lot about how young people having activity, access to recreation, and access to facilities is so important for creating healthy communities long-term. And so I think that this master plan really is in alignment with that, and certainly was happy to see all of the innovative ways that we're going to be expanding recreation in the future.
Councillor Story, followed by Councillor Juvenville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, would we be able to separate these out when we vote? Oh, thank you, Judy. Thank you to Ian and the team. I found this an extremely well-done report, very helpful. I found it really informative, and I thank the whole team for putting it together. I know it was a lot of work. I think this was one of the most detailed and useful reports I think we've gotten this term, personally, just because this has been talked about at length for so many years. It's really useful to see it all in one place. And I also think that having reports like these, having master plans like these are just as important to see what's possible and also what might not be possible within the funding envelope that we're looking at. So I truly love all the recommendations in this plan, and I would love to do all of them. I just, right now, I have serious concerns, and I know I shared these at the open house as well with the price tag. I think what we're facing in our community right now is a real challenge on a lot of levels. We have, the water and wastewater, we have an infrastructure gap. I am just not certain at this time how we can go ahead with a lot of these, and I do appreciate that they will come back to us periodically, but I want to make sure that we manage expectations for both ourselves and our residents and for staff as well. So I think, but I appreciate that, we aren't deciding on all of these things tonight. So from the recommendation number 2, could you clarify the $2 million? That to me is, I'm a bit uncomfortable with that number. And I know it says up to 2 million, but I'm just a little concerned about if could you provide a little more detail as to how you came up with that number? would there be any way we could sort of sharpen our pencils and maybe look at a lower number for that? And also, when we're pulling from a reserve, a life cycle reserve, I'm not sure if isn't life cycle for ongoing operating and maintenance costs versus exploring new capital opportunities? I'm just not quite sure if I'm understanding why we would pull $1 million out of a life cycle reserve, which would that be bumping other life cycle items off that list that we've already planned for? Thank you.
Just to, thank you, Mr. Mayor, to answer those questions. Life cycle reserves, in most cases, are also about the renewal of the assets at their end of their lives. So if you think of our bridge life cycle program, it may be easiest to think of all our bridges fail by the 75th year mark, approximately, right? And that we have to replace them. As Chatham-Kent, we have not replaced our recreational assets. They're aging, all of them. Not to say that here and there hasn't been a couple of new things, and we certainly have a new park on by St. Clair College Park that's being built right now. But overall, they're aging. So when you're doing a strategic plan like this, you're looking at when's the right time, the most cost-efficient way of replacing those assets, and you need the staff and resources to also do the planning for them too. And that's what this million out of the parks reserve is for, is to get the planning that needs to be done far in advance done. And similarly with the $1 million from the arena reserve is to get the initial, figure out exactly. I know the master plan did a good job of taking a first look at what we want, but let's get down to actual engineering plans on our arena, a sports complex, and move them down the road so that you actually are able to apply for upper level grants and put it all together. We talked about growth a lot tonight, and linking all our whether it's transportation, water and wastewater lines, whatever we need, making sure that the planning is done way ahead. We've done, been here from the beginning of time, remember? So we've talked about arenas about 5 times as council over the years, but never with a plan. And this is the first time we have a master plan at the beginning that and are planning the strategic work that's needed to be done to be successful, not just on getting the job done, but on getting it done the most efficient way for Chatham-Kent taxpayers and getting upper level support.
Thanks, Gord. With all due respect, I'm not hearing why we need $2 million for that. I understand what you're saying. I just feel like that. Let's put it this way. How much? Maybe I should back up a second. How much did the stand?
In order to get through the night, I got to limit you to 5 minutes, and you're pretty much there. So.
Okay. Well, could someone else ask what the Stan Tech report costs? And
I'll give you one more minute, but just.
Okay. I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. If there's any opportunities to perhaps review the $2 million, I think I'd be more comfortable supporting that. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can maybe just provide a bit of clarity there. Gord gave a lot of background there. There's 2 reserves here. One's really related to new capital. One's related to life cycle. We have dozens of projects that have been identified in the next couple of years. So that $2 million is going to go into design fees, into doing our due diligence, as Gord indicated. $2 million will not be enough. We'll be spending a lot more than $2 million in design fees and consulting fees to get all these projects underway. So I appreciate the approach to maybe try to sharpen the pencil, as was indicated, but this is what staff feels we need immediately to move these projects forward.
Okay, Councillor Juvenville, followed by Councillor Bondy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I was actually going to ask the same thing about the $1 million and the $1 million. If we could lower it, but Edward, you're saying we're going to probably end up surpassing the $2 million? Is that right? Like, that's just to get us going? Is that what you're saying, basically?
Thank you through the mayor. This project has come to you after the budget process. In next year's budget, you will see multiple projects listed out, consulting fees identified. This is the money that we're looking at in the short term to be spending on this. End of the day, this is a $226 million initiative. Our fees for feasibility studies, consulting, will be well north of that, $2 million, maybe times 10. So
Okay.
this is just the initial amount of money we need to get going.
Okay, all right, I understand. As far as the project manager, so the project manager is to implement the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, is that right? Would I be right in saying that?
Through Mayor Kenneth, yes, the project manager is necessary to implement the work and recommendation number 2, as well as other priority projects in both the master plan as well as our asset management plan.
Okay, so when the time comes that all of this has been implemented, what would this project manager do? Would his role morph into something else, his or her role? Or when they've completed their task, then what would happen?
Yes, so this is a 10-year strategy to
Okay.
implement the master plan.
Okay.
We revisit our staffing levels every single year, and if we determine that there are efficiencies to be made after that 10 years, we'll bring those recommendations
Okay.
to council.
All right, thank you. That's all, thank you.
Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Kenneth. I'm going to support this. I think it's something that we've been looking at and talking about for decades, really. And clearly, our arenas primarily are in need of replacement or massive repair. And this master plan will take us where we're going. But my question is, do we, when we're examining what we're doing, are we taking into account this project as a recreational and entertainment district? Because I know that's done in communities all across America, Canada. So I'm just curious if we're allowing for the acreage, the location of something like this to be in a place where it can have a periphery benefit to our community with hotels, which we're in great need of, restaurants, etc. My point is, I hope that we don't come to a conclusion that we put this, say, twin pad on the outskirts of likely Chatham, and it not take into account the potential of like an entertainment district, because clearly it's not going to be just hockey being played in this facility if we ever get there. So to me, that's really important, that's part of the equation, that it's more than a recreational facility. A recreational facility to me reminds me of badminton in 1986. And, you know, these things, we're not Detroit, for good, which is very good in some ways, but downtown Detroit, anybody that's been there in the last couple of years, has seen what they've done with their recreational facilities, mind you, on their much grander scale, of course, but the entire downtown community, and this obviously is not going to be downtown, but it morphed into much more than just that. So I would just like some assurance that this is part of the thought pattern that we're going through.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of this master plan that you have before you, this identified our recreational needs. It doesn't look at our entertainment needs. Wasn't really the intent of this master plan. The next phase of implementing the master plan, or where we're putting the arena, is really a siting and location study that we'll have to do. Can it take into account some of the aspects that were just mentioned? It can, but we'd be coming back to council to get direction from you in terms of what's really included in the overall siting criteria that we'll be looking at. So as it sits right now, it is a recreation master plan, and Parks and Rec master plan. And the next phase, we'll determine really the criteria we would use to cite the location of the twin pad.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Edward. I appreciate that. I just wanted to kind of put that out there that a recreational facility can mean so much more to a community than just a recreational facility. It's just a thought. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you. I appreciate the report and the public input that's gone into it this far. I know there's a lot of interest in this plan and what it means for the community going forward. Maybe a technical question related to that $2 million. From what I understand, so we're putting that money aside, and then as it's spent on these different designs, we're going to see those itemized costs come back, correct?
We would take that money and put it into certain initiatives underneath the master plan, and that's always all tracked, and we can provide that to council.
Perfect. Yeah, that's helpful. Yeah, I think that it's interesting to read the plan, and it's both hopeful and to a degree almost disappointing, because it feels like what the community should already look like. When we spend time, I know a number of us, I ran into Councillor Anderson in an arena not too long ago, when we're in other communities and we see the recreational infrastructure, it's, you know, we do well with what we have here, but there's a stark difference in the community investment that we've seen in Essex County, in St. Mary's, and St. Thomas, in Elgin, in all these surrounding communities, and we know a portion of that is because of their success with provincial funding. But it has an impact on our community. I had a discussion with a business owner, I think 2 weeks ago, who has kids in sports, and said if he didn't have family connection here, you know, he would leave. He said there's not a pull to keep him here. So it has an impact economically on our community. It has an impact with retention and attraction. And we've fortunately seen some gains. You look at a small, relatively small investment like the tennis dome that's really impacted members of the community. People that used to drive to Windsor every week are now staying in Chatham-Kent. It's certainly revitalized that sport in the community, and I think serves as a good example of what recreation means to communities. I think you'd be hard-pressed to go to a community of 50,000 people and not find a municipally run pool, and that's the situation we find ourselves in here. So I think there are a lot of things to correct through this master plan, and it's helpful to see them out. And I think when we look at that number and think about it as such a large investment, if we compare it to what other communities are investing, Sudbury's 160,000 people, and they're investing $200 million on one project. So we're looking at our whole plan and the context of how expensive it is to spread out through all these communities. And we have a community that's a comparator to us, certainly has the same economic challenges. They're spending $200 million of municipal money on one project. So I think that's helpful when we think about what this cost looks like. And we've heard around the table a little bit about, generational fairness and how we fund things. And I think when we look at the last time we had real investment in significant recreational infrastructure, it's been a long time in this community. Hopefully it won't be that much longer. So I look forward to this plan going forward and certainly look forward to the next steps. And I know that there are many members of the community excited to see some of these things come to fruition. Thank you.
Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm going to keep my comments really short. First of all, over the last several, I would say, years where we've come from a recreational standpoint, kudos to yourself and your team. I don't think that your team just gets enough credit for how far we've come. In 2019, in that area, we were talking about something like this. Didn't really see any movement. Now we've seen something go so significantly. So thank you very much. I'm not going to repeat anything, especially that Councillor McGregor said, but I think that the one thing I really want to comment on is when I was a new councillor around the Horseshoe and these discussions started happening, it was a lot of people's comments was, we can't afford to do this, we can't afford to do this, we can't afford to do this. And guess what? We haven't developed a plan and we haven't done this. This was 10 years even before me coming to council. And I think that what we have to recognize, there's a cost to not doing things. If this was completed 10 years ago, we're talking about $50, $60 million. Now we're talking about 90 or 100, and I know that these are very rough figures, but the comment I just want to leave with everybody is that passing things along because we think it's going to get better rarely has ever worked in the past. And while these are very hard decisions, because I recognize there's some people here who are more reserved, there's some people here more eccentric when it comes to funding. If we don't do these things, it gets way more expensive. And there's a testament of the last 7 years of just me sitting around the horseshoe. If this was done 7 years ago, we are in a far better shape economically, as well as the last thing I wanted to comment to Councillor McGregor's comments is that there is a huge economic spin-off to having arenas that can facilitate tournaments. When you can facilitate tournaments, when you have the capacity, which is already on the agenda as well from a hotel perspective, it's massive. It's massive for eating out, to Councillor Bondi's points, the social aspects of things. So I think that when we quantify these projects, we talk about investments in regards to municipal dollars, but we also have to remember these are municipal assets and they create municipal assets. So great job by your team, and I really hope that council supports this. And I think that if they don't support going forward with these projects, I think this is a perfect opportunity to say this isn't something that we support, because often what we do is we'll support the idea, but then when it comes to the table, then it gets shut down. So I think that this is a perfect opportunity, if you don't support these growths, to just say no now. That way we don't invest significant staff time, dollars in looking at projects to, but I'll be supporting this, and thank you very much again.
Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, and through you, I echo what has been said around here between Brock and Councillor Sakachi, but I just have a quick question about the sponsorships. So will sponsorships be based on a specific area? Like, let's say someone wants to sponsor, you know, new boards going in Wheatley. They want to sponsor new boards in Wheatley. That money will directly go there. Or if they want to make a donation to Sports and Rec with a specific thing, is that the plan? Is that they would be able to donate to a very specific thing? So say it is a twin pad. They say, we want to donate to the twin pad. We want a plaque on the wall for X amount of dollars. Is that what we're kind of looking that the model is going to look like?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rob Pollock, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Facilities. So it's going to have different kind of sides of this. So the first side, we have the advertising side of it. So we're having advertisements in arenas and different recreational spaces. And that went through the budget. We're hiring a coordinator for sponsorship and advertising, replacing our third-party management of that service. So we'll have that. And then if people want to, if organizations, individuals in the community want to sponsor individual projects, we look at that on more of a project-specific focus and have a plan for how those people or organizations can give to those kind of initiatives as well. So they're two separate, but yeah, we would be looking at both of those to offset costs, both from the advertising revenue, sponsorship for recreational programs, and then for our asset management plan.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's amazing, and I think that I'm really happy to see that we no longer have that contract that we had before, and that we do have an opportunity to gain some more sponsorship dollars to offset our costs. So good job on that as well.
Just before I go back to Councillor Harry, and I'll just briefly add to this that this is way overdue, and we need to get moving on it. And the key piece here is, we talk about $1 million and $1 million, is we need to invest that. If we ever hope to have any chance of getting federal, provincial money, we have to have shovel-ready projects. And that means investing a certain level of it to get it ready to shovel-ready. So if we go ask for $50 million from the federal, provincial government, they're going to say, is it ready? Do you have a plan for it to be developed? Do you have the land, et cetera? So it's critical that we move ahead with this. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here 4 years from now having the same discussion, say that it'd be really nice to have a new arena or new facilities throughout. Anyway, I'll stop there. Councillor Harrigan, last words before we put a vote.
No, thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I think we've had a great conversation and we're ready to vote.
Sorry, I'm going to go to Mr. Taylor about the Councillor story. You asked to separate it. Mr. Taylor, can you provide some comment on that as far as separating it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Story. We just kind of been having some discussions as these other questions have been being answered by administration. And just in looking at this, it is a difficult one to separate out and vote on one by one. Now, ultimately, it's council's decision should you want to do so. But it's really the first component. You could just adopt the plan, but the next 4 steps are all just kind of integral steps towards taking those first elements of the plan forward, so that council then has kind of more material information before them. So number 2 is about taking some money in order to do that preliminary design work. Number 3 is we don't have enough resources in staff in order to actually advance the plan, to start taking those first formative steps of putting this into action. And then 4 and 5 really are about
putting some of these where they can go into development charge background studies, and then also bringing these things forward to budget. So while it's ultimately up to council to split these, from administration's perspective, it is really a very much a connected series of recommendations necessary to bring the plan towards fruition.
So given that, Councillor Story, do you still want it separated, or?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think most recommendations in any report we get are connected. I think where my personal view would be, we might have differences of opinion on what that would look like in terms of the how. So I would still support separating because I believe in the essence of the plan.
Which one would you like separate? You want all 5 voted separately, or do you want just one pulled out?
I think it would be just easiest to do them separately. So
Okay.
the cherry pick. Thanks.
We're gonna vote on each separately. So we're gonna vote on item number 1 first.
Councillor Bondi,
Yes.
all votes are in, motion passes 16-1. Number 2, Councillor Bondi,
Yes.
all votes are in, motion passes 16-1. Number 3, Councillor Bondi,
Yes.
Councillor Anderson. All votes are in, motion passes 16-1. Number 4, Councillor Bondi.
Yes.
Motion passes 17-0. And number 5, Councillor Bondi.
Yes.
Motion passes 17-0. We'll now move on to 18B, Talbot Trail Realignment Project Update, Purchase of Lands in Stage 4 Archaeological Assessment.
Sorry, Madam Chair, or Chair, I'm gonna ask for an extension now. We're at 10-2 or something. In order to get through the, we need an extension, but the alternative is we come back, because the next meeting's not till the 26th, so we need to get through this. So I'm gonna suggest a half an hour to 10:30. I know none of us want to do that, but Councillor Juneville, seconded by Councillor Finn. Anyone against not going to 10:30? We see, okay.
Okay, sorry, you're going to make me read that again. 18B, Talbot Trail Realignment Project Update, Purchase of Lands in Stage 4 Archaeological Assessment.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Anderson, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Yes, Mayor Kenneth, happy to move.
And I'm happy to second.
Councillor Harrigan, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Kenneth, appreciate this report and update and the progress that we are seeing on Talbot Trail. The question that I do have is, how do the recommendations and some of the information that we have received about the Stage 4 kind of coming into the winter potentially delay the completion of the project? And wondering if Marissa can share the updated timeline.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly happy to answer that question. So the onset of winter weather has required us to pause the Stage 4 archaeological work that we've been underway with. Where possible, the project team will look at any opportunities to reconvene. We need some warm pockets of weather in order to make some notable progress on site. It's strongly expected that some of the work may not be completed until the spring. And so as soon as we get that kind of warmer weather in the spring, we certainly look to come back to the site and complete that work. From there, we will need to submit a report to the Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism, seek approval, and from there we would be able to then proceed to a tender next year.
Great, thank you. And can we expect, assuming that these recommendations pass tonight, that there will be an update on the Talbot Trail Realignment Project page that the municipality is operating?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We would certainly update that project page, yes.
Fabulous, thank you.
Councillor Anderson, anything?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to get what the total cost thus far for the archaeology assessment has been.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so I believe in the report to council, we have a summary of all the project costs to date. I believe that the total archaeological work is $1.5 million. And then there's additional First Nations fieldwork participation work, the amount of $500,000.
So about $2 million additional.
Correct.
Thank you. And then will we get to see the items that were recovered?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, so they follow a process, so those are recovered at the site and then they're processed through the archaeologist. They undertake work on their lab and then they're kind of reported on through. So they don't come back to the municipality, they kind of follow the Ontario Heritage Act for handling through the archaeologist.
Are they able to send us pictures or something of what they found?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we could share some of that information at completion. We don't have all that yet. That all kind of goes into the reporting information that's developed and provided to the ministry. So we could share that information when the work is complete.
Thank you. And then once the work is done, do we then get reimbursed for the $2 million?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. So that is a cost the municipality needs to undertake for this archaeological work before construction can proceed. So this work is proceeding under the Ontario Heritage Act.
Yeah.
So this is a regulation. This is required before we can proceed with construction work.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to see this move forward. I'm happy to approve the recommendations. I just wanted to state the fact that this is costing additional $2 million that we will not recover back. So it will go to the total cost of this project.
Councillor Scotchy?
Just a quick question, Mayor Caniff, to Mr. Quinton. I know that part of the amendment of the last time this came to council was to seek some potential funding through the province, especially because of the agricultural impact of that roadway. I just wanted to see if there's been any response back to the letter that we sent or any type of communication back from the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No positive response back yet, but we're still working diligently to try to get the funding.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 14-0. Now move on to 18E, motion of Councillor Hall regarding user fee bylaw exemptions, Wallaceburg Memorial Arena upstairs hall.
Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I move that administration be directed to waive the fees for the upstairs hall at the Wallaceburg Memorial Arena for minor sports organizations during tournaments, one-day jamborees, and events that utilize the playing surface while administration continues the user fee review for recreational services and recreational spaces. Furthermore, administration be directed to review the fees associated with these spaces for tournaments, one-day jamborees, and minor sport organization events to help promote and support local minor sport associations within arenas. If I get a second, I have a couple comments and questions.
Councillor Scotchy?
I'll put it on the floor, yes.
Oh, sorry. You weren't on the list. Sorry. Councillor C. McGregor,
I can retract it. There you go. Okay.
Yes, certainly.
That was easy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'll try to keep this quick, but just a few comments and questions to staff to clarify my motion. So Councillor McGregor and I received a letter from Wallaceburg Minor Hockey following a recent tournament which saw teams and residents from all across Chatham-Kent come to Wallaceburg for a jam-packed day of youth hockey. And now I'm not sure about the timing, but they found out that they wouldn't have access to the space on the second floor of the arena for the recent tournament, which is right in the middle of the arena, overlooks the ice surface, unless they paid an extra user fee. So this was news to the organization, as they have always had access to this space during tournaments in the past for free. And after hearing from residents, it was quite disappointing, not only to the minor hockey group, but also visitors to the arena, which Councillor McGregor and I heard from. So after speaking with Mr. Pollock and Mr. Soldo about this, they informed me that the user fee review is already taking place, and this is something that would require some direction from council to rectify in the short term, so here we are. So a couple questions to Mr. Pollock. After our discussions that we had, you mentioned that this is a bit of a unique situation at the Wallaceburg Arena as compared to other arenas in Chatham-Kent. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rob Pollock, Director for Parks, Recreation and Facilities. Yes, it is a little bit unique. So we have these spaces in our arenas, and when there's a tournament or a one-day jamboree, we give a space out for tournament administration. Historically, this space was for tournament administration. After renovations to the Wellsburg Arena, there's actually a small boardroom on the first floor. Over time, the user group started using that as their space, but when the allocation process was happening, the upstairs hall was still given out for free, and over time, they started doing different activities in there. Administration caught that this year and said, well, now that has to be paid for because it is a user fee that we make other groups pay. So it was kind of over time how that space was changed, and they started using a different space for that term administration, where this was used for more event type activities.
Thank you for that, Rob. And just to confirm, so the space that was on the second floor, that has always been available to them during tournaments for no additional fee, right?
Yes, that's correct. It was initially for tournament administration, and then over time, it started being used for other activities for the tournament.
Okay, thanks, Rob. And while tournaments are taking place at the Wellsburg Arena, has there typically been requests for completely separate events taking place in the second floor space?
So in these types of spaces, they're in 5 of our 10 arenas. Usually when we have a tournament, other people that usually would book it for a birthday or other things try to avoid those weekends just because there's so many people that use the space. So no, normally no one else uses the space.
Okay, perfect. And just to be clear as well, this motion is not requesting to have minor hockey or any group receive the overall arena rental costs for free. It's just to allow them to utilize basically the full scope of this arena, which has been renovated and, you know, has a better viewing surface or viewing area of the overall ice surface. But user groups like minor hockey, they'd still pay the typical user fee to rent the arena for a tournament, right?
Yes, that's correct. It would just be exempt for the upstairs hall fee.
Perfect. And by waiving this fee, Rob, I know this would probably be a bit of an estimate considering not a lot of groups, you know, book while there's tournaments happening. But what would, what could the municipality be losing out on if we pass this tonight?
So at the Wellsburg Arena, it's approximately about $200 a day, depending on how many days they need to book that for either 1 day or 3 days or sometimes a day or before or after. So it'd be just probably between $2,000 to $4,000 at the most, depending on the amount of tournaments there.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Rob. So, yeah, thank you for the time, Mayor Caniff. Hoping for council support tonight. It's not my intention to get some special treatment here or set any precedent, but I think we've illustrated the uniqueness to the situation. And while a user fee review is taking place, I'm hoping to waive this fee so our local groups can continue to fully utilize our arena in Wellsburg for tournaments and other special events. Thanks.
Councillor C. McGregor, go ahead.
Thank you, and I'd just like to add, I do visit a fair number of our arenas, and with having grandchildren so involved in our hockey and sports and lacrosse, and the space, which I was very surprised when I heard that there was a charge that was now going to be issued. It's basically an empty room, correct? There is no kitchen facility. It's not like they can go up there and start to do other activities other than use that. And I know you had mentioned that they started to maybe use it for different events or activities. Can you elaborate on what you might be referring to that has changed, that they would use it for, that they didn't use it for in the past?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So before it was used for tournament administration, it was more just for teams going up there, making sure that they're registered properly, dealing with any issues that go on pretty much from the playing surface. So we would accommodate that. Over time, not just Wellsburg minor hockey, but I would say groups in general have been using our spaces for more things for those tournaments and one-day jamborees. They might be handing out pizza to teams or chocolate milks to the people doing it. They would have coloring contests and raffle tables. So speaking to the Wellsburg events, I've been there myself on some of the occasions. They would have a raffle table set up, coloring contests. They would be selling merchandise and other things to help promote their own event and their organization.
So just out of curiosity, like raffle tables and events like that, do you charge them when they're in the front lobby?
So we do have charges throughout the facility, and if they are using other spaces,
We would be looking at charges when the user fees apply, but we also try not to have too many things in those front lobby spaces, and we try to direct them to the larger halls in those situations, because when we have those events, a lot of people are coming to the arena those days.
Okay, and thank you for that. And I'm not sure if this applies to other arenas and if that needs to, like, if this needs to change in other arenas. As like Councillor Hall said, you know, I don't think we are asking for any special privileges here, but I know it is very difficult in space, and when you have that many kids and those many teams, especially like when the Silver Stick was in there, for them to have that space, because often they do have to hand out things like pizza and stuff. You know, not everything can be purchased through the canteen. But, you know, hockey and for parents that have their children within the sport, and I won't go to other sports, but I know it's very expensive for parents as it is. And I know that if they have to start charging these user groups or these minor hockeys and different stuff, that just gets filtered back down again to add on to that sport and adding on to those challenges that those maybe some of those families and those kids then face for the use of that. So, you know, if there are other facilities similar to this, I would really like to see that all of them have the use of that space during a tournament as opposed to a user fee, unless there was, like, I could understand if there was, you know, an actual kitchen facility or something that you're maintaining up there, but if it's a matter of using extra space for families and others to be able to view the sport and possibly pull their teams together for, you know, a few minutes discussion or whatever, something like that. I would hope that would be considered, especially during tournaments and such in our communities right across the board. So.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Jumenville.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm not going to oppose this just because I understand the premise, but what you described is no different than the Blue Line Room in Blenheim that overlooks the arena. So instead of just saving conversation, as I'll be bringing a motion very similar for the Blenheim Arena as well in the future, and I'll support this. But there's no difference between this and our arena, so it is specialized, and you can it might be a little bit bigger, but it's the same thing. It overlooks the ice, and our user groups have to rent it if they need it, including people who are doing community meetings like the dog park, you know, like, and things like that. So I'll just be bringing something forward very similar at the next meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Jumenville, followed by Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I guess on tagging on to what Councillor Sakachi said, so I understand the spirit of this when an organization, a user group is renting the entire arena, they want access to all the rooms, but how do we say we can do it in one arena but not the rest? This is what I'm struggling with. So is it fair, or should we be fair and consistent to all the arenas? Like, I just don't understand how we can do it in one arena but not all of them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe if I could just interject here. The uniqueness of this situation, I'm going to try to boil down something really simple. In the past, we never charged user groups in Wallsburg for this space. And this year, we started charging. We asked for the charge. So what we're asking for is allow us to go back and look at the user fees for all the arenas, so that we're being consistent. But in this particular situation, these people were never asked in the past to pay for the user fees, and they have a number of tournaments scheduled all of a sudden where they've been hit with this additional charge, which they didn't consider when they were planning their tournaments to move forward. So that's really uniqueness here. In the other areas, in Blenheim and other arenas, if they've been charged, they've always been charged. But here they haven't been. So what we're asking for is for a short time for us to go back and look at the user fees. I think we're coming back in April sometime. But because this user group here has a tournament coming up, and they never anticipated this charge, that's why I asked the councillor to bring this motion forward to give them that exemption it's not within their financial means at this time. So that's really the uniqueness that we're talking about. We will look at all of the arenas to ensure there is consistency. And it may be that we will charge in the future, but at least then the user groups will know at that time, ahead of time when they're planning their tournaments, that this user fee will be there.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm going to echo what Councillor Scotchy said as well, and I think, you know, when we talk about uniqueness of a situation, I mean, we have Wheatley, who does not have another hall, and that is the only space that they can gather, and we are paying a user fee there. So it would be nice to be able to not pay a user fee when we have events and gatherings up there. So similar to Councillor Scotchy, I will bring forward a motion as well to defer our event charges as well.
Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When was this fee assessed? Was it before their season started? Because I understand, I do feel there's sort of a fairness and consistency piece here that is a bit challenging for me. I'm fully supportive of the Wallaceburg hockey scene, and I think, you know, I'm sure they do wonderful things, but I do feel like it does sort of set a precedent. But did we ask them for this fee after their season had already started, or what was the timing on this?
Yeah, so when we go through the allocation process, teams put in what ice and then that's when they put in their times for their halls requests. Sometimes it's for tournaments, sometimes it's for their annual general meetings. So this was, they realized this and it was brought to their attention closer to a tournament that they had coming up. And that one's passed, and now they have one coming up the first week of January, and that's why this motion's here today.
Thank you. So they didn't know going into their season and planning that this fee would be levied on them at the time, like this fee was levied on them sort of in the middle of the season unexpectedly?
Yes, so once it was identified by administration that they weren't getting charged for this space and it was being used in a different manner than the free use, they were notified, and we were following the user fees that are in place through the user fee bylaw, and the user fees were applied.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like I fully appreciate that other ward councillors will be bringing forward the same thing in their wards, and then how are we going to vote in favor of this and against Blenheim or Wheatley, or against this and in favor of the other two? So I almost think we should just waive the fee for all 5 of them and then keep it consistent. And I feel like we should probably revisit all of this until we have a user fee bylaw. But I do see the fairness and consistency piece. I see the unexpected piece. It feels like a little Scrooge to vote against it, but at the same time, we're now going to probably have to vote for all of them. So, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. This will be quick. Just to confirm, if somebody's not renting the whole arena, similar to like Councillor Scotchy was talking about the dog park having a meeting there, or that group having a meeting there, they would still be paying because they're not renting the whole ice rink or anything, correct? Regardless of like going forward, that's the plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that is correct. If it's not a one-day jamboree, they call them, where they have it booked for pretty much the whole day, or a tournament, they would be charged.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Councillor Hall, final words.
I'm good.
Okay, let's put it to vote.
Counselor Bondi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Okay, we're getting a quandary here. The Lower Thames and the SCR both have to present tonight, so I'm going to put them next on the agenda. So they've been waiting very patiently over there.
Yeah.
We're going to come back
Just
to you.
because they're here, we'll come back.
Incentive for you to extend to 11.
Mr. Mayor, Ken Phillips sends his regrets. He's in Hamilton right now between us and a couple of snowstorms. So he won't be here tonight. Next slide, please. I'm going to move through this very quickly. However, it is probably the most important thing that's happened to conservation authorities in our 80 years of history. So it's really important stuff. I'm going to talk about how the legislation's changing and what's on the EBR and comments from that. I just want to get the council and yourself, Mr. Mayor, a background of what we're dealing with. Next slide. So the two things that are happening, Bill 68 is changing the conservation, there was about 20 some odd days between the omnibus bill coming forward and it getting passed. There was no comment available on that. And it changed the Conservation Authorities Act to create a new agency to control what a conservation authority does. The second thing that's happening is that agency is going to be allowed to transition the 36 conservation authorities in Ontario to 7 regional conservation authorities, massive organizations, as opposed to the local conservation authorities that are now in place. Next slide. So right now we have 36 conservation authorities. I don't know if everybody knows the history, but the municipalities that, the former municipalities that now form Chatham-Kent, petitioned the government to form a conservation authority through, and it's usually through champions in the community that went to their councillors to form these conservation authorities. These conservation authorities, the conservation authority was formed, and it was formed because of local decision-making. The councils made the decisions, they funded it, and they ran forward with local programs for the conservation authorities. Next slide. So what's going to change is the 317 municipalities that are on the boards of conservation authorities right now are on those boards, and then the conservation authorities report to the province. What's going to happen is what's being proposed is 7 conservation authorities across the 36. They are going to respond to a new agency, which is the Ontario Provincial Conservation Agency, and then it goes through a new position that has just been put in place, the Conservation Executive, and then to the province. So there is this agency that will have massive control of conservation authorities. Next slide. This is the list of control. I know you've got these slides with you, but basically they can define our programs, they can define what we do, how it, how it's funded. The one big thing that is not going to change is the province is not going to give us more money. It's still going to be the municipalities that pay. So in 1996, we got $40 million a year in standard payments across the 36 conservation authorities. That changed. This last year, we got $3.6 million. The rest of it's from municipalities. What is going to happen is this agency will be able to say what a conservation authority does. So that will remove your members of our conservation authority's ability to make those decisions. The other thing it can do is it can create transition plans to conform us into the new authorities. And the province has said 2 years that will be funding from the province. And after that, municipalities through levies will have to pay for this new agency. Next slide. What are the proposed conservation authorities? These are the 7. And the next slide after that is, next please, what we're going to look like. So this is the Lake Erie Regional Conservation Authority. Essex, St. Clair, Lower Thames, Kettle, Catfish, Long Point, and the Grand will be one conservation authority. 8 conservation authorities. It's a massive area. Next slide. So right now there are 10 municipalities in the Lower Thames. Your members make decisions on our board. 17 in St. Clair. There's going to be 81 municipalities, all the way from Hamilton, Guelph, Kitchener-Waterloo, all the way to Windsor, to Sarnia, and the City of London. How much say will municipalities really have in this regional conservation authority? Right now we have 100,000 people we provide support to. We provide it locally. It's our staff that are out there planting trees. We go to people's sites if they have a concern. It's me they talk to, and we deal with things locally on a one-to-one basis with people. We have 100,000 people in our watershed. St. Clair is about 150,000. We will have 2.2 million people in this new regional conservation authority. Next slide. Slide, please. So, what are the concerns? Well, we've got a few of them. The local municipalities will lose their say on how their money is spent. That is a pretty huge issue. We now tailor programs to our local areas. How will that happen in a regional conservation authority? A lot of our conservation areas are donated by people. We have a major donation coming in Chatham-Kent for a new conservation area. Those areas were given to the local conservation authorities by families for their communities. They are no longer going to be at the local conservation authority that they donated that land to. Next slide. We believe the province already possesses the ability to do all the things that they've said that they would like us to improve. Things like efficiencies, permitting in a different way. 96.8% of the permits we issue are issued within the time frame that we set, which is tighter than the provincial time frame to issue permits. Most of our permits are issued within 10 days, and we issue 1,000 permits a year to residents of this community. The local service delivery is absolutely critical, and we believe that on the ground, person-to-person services is what makes conservation authorities strong. We need to be consistent, we need to get our permits out, and we are doing that. And we think that the mechanisms are already there to achieve what we need. Next slide. So, what has our board said? This thing's way too big. It takes what the essence of authority is out of the authority. And they would like it to, excuse me, be rethought. They would like it to be reconsidered and see how we can achieve what the province wants without doing this. Next slide. The other thing is conservation authorities are willing to talk to the province. Maybe we need to amalgamate, but it should be amalgamations within like areas, like economies, like communities, so that if we want Southwestern Ontario within a conservation authority, we can talk about that. But we need to do it in a way that makes sense and provides for the local communication, local say for the local pay. Next slide. So one of the things they could do is they could look at source protection regions. We're already doing that, and there's 16 of them across the province, so we could move from 36 to 16. Those types of things make sense, because when we formed, and the authorities worked together to form the regions, the source protection regions, we did it on the basis of forming like entities together so that Upper and Lower and St. Clair are in the same source protection region that includes the Sydenham and the Thames River. It makes sense. So we don't have a problem with talking to the province, but the 7 doesn't make sense. Next slide. So, what are we requesting? There's a resolution before you. It's requesting that the province not move forward with the amalgamations and the reasons why, and that they consult with local municipalities to get something that works, but not destroy what we have in conservation authorities. That's my presentation.
Councillor Juvenville and Councillor Doyle, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
I so move.
Happy to second that.
Councillor Juvenville, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Caniff. This is very concerning with all the centralization, and I agree, we're losing our local voice and local representation. Do we know how much this project, the overall project, is costing? Have they told us this?
Mr. Mayor, through yourself, no, there has not been a proper costing of this.
Okay.
And there is an estimate, it'll be about $5 million a year for the agency. And that will then, in 2 years, come down to levies from municipalities.
Okay. So they're not doing this as a cost-saving measure. That's not what they're trying to say, that this is being implemented under as a cost savings?
Mr. Mayor, there is some words about cost savings, but we don't know where they're from. It's just a statement that we can be more efficient. They say things like chief administrative officers will go on to frontline service. What they don't realize, we have a small organization. I am frontline service. I do half my work is engineering still. And so they don't understand how conservation authorities work. They think we have huge bureaucracies. Our administration is around 10% of our organization. It's actually very low.
Okay. I would like to put the resolution forward from Chatham-Kent. Do you want me to read it, or Mayor Caniff?
No, we're good.
We're good, okay. So just follow it along exactly verbatim.
Okay.
That works for me.
Councillor Doyle's already seconded. Councillor Doyle, any other comments quickly?
No, I just agree with your presentation. Thank you very much for the presentation. I agree that we shouldn't go down that road. I think the way it is just fine, or like you said, like a little modification, but not what they're suggesting. So very happy to support this.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll put it to vote.
Sorry, can we send a copy of this to the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, please?
Certainly,
Thank you.
yes.
Counselor Bondi?
Yes.
Counselor Thompson? Counselor Sakachi? Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
All right, I'm going to come pleading with everybody 15 more minutes.
Point of order, Mayor Caniff.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just one more thing. There are, if they go onto our website, the community can put their comments on this right onto the Environmental Bill of Rights registry, and we would appreciate if people do that. So go onto our website and you can click on this issue, and you can comment if the community would like to also put comments on. It is on St. Clair's as well.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to plead for 15 more minutes so we can wrap it up. There's a few other small things to get done. Taking a motion, Councillor B. McGregor, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Anyone against going another 15 minutes? Yeah, we all are, but thank you. All right. Councillor Crew, go ahead. You got 5 minutes to get it done. Oh. No pressure here. I can come back to you if you need.
I'm just reading the motion part.
Okay.
I move that administration investigate and bring back a report to council prior to the 2027 budget process for a level of service increase, and to review a user fee adjustment for baseball weekend, weeknight, weekend, and tournament rentals throughout Chatham-Kent to provide services for field preparation between games. I so move.
Councillor B. McGregor, you second that?
So second.
Okay, Councillor Crew, go ahead.
Thank you. I think it speaks to itself. There's volunteers. This was brought forward by Chatham Minor Ball and Chatham Senior Diamonds. They're having difficulty because the Diamonds are so busy and trying to get the Diamonds prepped. We do it in the morning, the municipality, or before the games, but the rest of the day is responsibility of volunteers. So right now, staff is working with them to try and get through this season, but they're looking at service review for all of baseball throughout Chatham-Kent, and bring us back some recommendations and bring it to budget, because that's the most sustainable place to do it. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, anything?
Yeah, real quick. The Chatham Senior Diamonds, the other user groups, I think did a really great job in engagement. And I think it's one of the few times I've seen a user group come in and say, hey, we need a little better service, and let's talk about fee structure that will pay for it. So I think it's a credit to them recognizing that they need better service and that service needs to be supported through funding. So appreciate it.
Councillor Scotchy?
No, I think that's okay. Now that I read their motion at the bottom there, same concerns are coming in from some of our tournaments in Blenheim as well. So the fact that you're looking at it through all Chatham-Kent, I think is a positive, so.
Thanks. We'll put it to vote.
Counselor Bondi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
19B, expression of interest for hotel development, Richmond Street, Chatham.
Councillor Story and Councillor Doyle, can I each put on the floor, please?
Happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second that.
Okay, Councillor Story?
I just had a quick question to staff. Would there, just about what this actually looks like from a municipal perspective? We're not operating or running a hotel. We just want to put the word out that we are looking for expressions of interest and we have property available on that. Is there anything else we want to, just to clarify that about what we're doing and what we're not doing? Thank you.
Stuart, you can answer that.
Or I'll handle it.
Bruce, you can answer that.
Stuart's on. Yeah, and thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so we're not looking to operate or own a hotel per se. We had the CBRE study that came to council earlier this year that identified there's demand for essentially 100 to 120 unit new hotel somewhere in Chatham, most likely recommended along the Richmond Street corridor. So we're just going out to see if there's an interest. We've also put community improvement plan incentive in for a hotel, which would be part of the EOI document. And we have vetted the parking lot in the Bradley Center. Is it logic it could make some sense next to our convention center to look at that as one potential option? But if there's interest, we would be coming back to council in the future and to get council direction on that. So this is really to see if there's interest in the private market for a hotel. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. And no additional financial, there's no financial obligations with this, right? It's just,
That's correct, Your Worship. Mm-hmm.
thank you very much.
Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Just quickly, so based on what you just said, so this hotel, should we have interest, doesn't need to go exactly where it's stated it might go, like where that parking lot is. And the only reason I ask that, because I've been to multiple events at the Bradley Center where that parking is fully utilized as well as the rest of the entire parking lot. So if that was a hotel and we give up those parking spots, plus we have more parking needed, that just worries me about where people are gonna park. That's all.
Yeah, we did an initial, we'll come back to council with that. We have done a feasibility study on that, and we believe there is enough parking. When you consider, if there's a big event at the Bradley Center, the reality is most of the people at the hotel are probably, that are parking, are also going to the Bradley Center event, right? So, but there's a significant amount of parking. I think there's other options there. We just wanted to offer potentially municipal, option there, that we own this land as a potential versus other private sector. That being said, to point, council hasn't committed to the land or a sale price or lease either. We're just saying this is a potential option to look at.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Counselor Bondi?
Yes, I did have a question, though. I didn't have my hand.
Sorry, I have multiple screens going here. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I'll be like super fast. What does expression of interest mean? Like if council directs administration to issue, how do we issue an expression of interest? Do we put like ads in papers or something?
No, we'll put it on our formal bids and tenders webpage, but it's not a binding RFP. It's just looking for essentially what it says. Is there anybody out there in the private sector that has an interest in building a hotel in Chatham with some details? And if we get a few respondents, we'll come back to council and potentially issue an actual RFP if that's council's direction.
And yes.
Thank you, Counselor Bondi. Sorry about that. All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Item 20, Health and Human Services.
20A, Chatham-Kent Community Gardens Expansion.
Councillor McDonald?
Yes, I have a motion attached to this, if now's the appropriate time to bring it up. Oh, sorry, I have a new one, actually. I think I sent it already, Judy.
you'd like to speak to it, we'll get the right one up on the screen for you.
Okay, do you want me just to read the motion that I have?
Yes, please.
Okay, so whereas there is demonstrated interest from residents and potential garden site leaders in wards 1, 2, and 3 to establish additional garden sites, therefore be it resolved that council authorize staff to engage with residents in Tilbury, Blenheim, Thamesville, and Bothwell to confirm the commitment of these communities to provide a volunteer site leader and interested gardeners. And further, that if a volunteer site leader can be secured and there are a minimum of 6 gardeners interested in accessing the community garden site, staff expand the program to Ward 1, Kirkham Park, 94 Massey Drive, Tilbury, and Ward 2, Forsyth Park, 24 Gary Avenue, Blenheim, and Ward 3, Ferguson Park, 2 Wallace Street, Thamesville, or Victoria Park, 498 Elm Street West, Bothwell, depending on where the greatest interest lies. And further, that council approve the allocation of up to $45,000 from the Public Health Operations Reserve Account to fund one-time capital and startup costs associated with these new sites, as outlined in the December 15th, 2025 report titled Chatham-Kent Community Gardens Expansion.
Councilor Anderson, will you second that?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. I don't have, do you want me to resend it?
Oh, there it
You
is.
got it. Okay, perfect. Just very quickly, thank you, Charmini and Jody, for your help with this report, and to Derwin, who has since left, but he mentioned all the benefits that community gardens have. The reason I brought this forward is because most of the community gardens are concentrated in the north, and I think opening up the opportunity to residents in the south would be a really great opportunity for them, and that's why you see the identified sites there all sort of in the south area of Chatham-Kent. So just 2 questions for Jody. So for the locations mentioned that don't have suitable municipally owned sites like Ridgetown, Erio, and Wheatley, how can interested residents in those and other communities start a community garden under this program? And would it be through the CK Food Policy Council?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if they can reach out directly to Charmini, and we'd be happy to have conversations with community organizations about what possibilities exist.
Perfect, thank you. And lastly, if this passes, approximately when do you anticipate the 3 additional community gardens to be installed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it'll depend on whether or not first we're able to solicit the interest and also the volunteers for the site leaders. This program is really contingent on the volunteers, and if we're not able to secure the volunteers, we're not able to move forward with that. So it will depend on whether we're able to gain that interest, and if so, possibly this summer, this spring, but it will depend.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Those are all my questions.
We'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
We have 4 notice of motion. Sorry? Okay, we have 3 notice of motion. I've got one that needs to go 2/3. It needs to be activated fairly quickly. It's very quick, but I'm going to ask Councillor Anderson as
Okay. Mayor Kenneth?
Yes, whereas parking in downtown Chatham is important for supporting local businesses, whereas construction at 100 and 130 King Street has resulted in temporary loss of several parking spaces in the south side of King Street during construction, and whereas the construction at 130 King Street has erected boarding in the vicinity of the King Street and 5th Street intersection, it is necessary to adjust traffic signals to ensure effective traffic flows, and whereas adjustments to parking regulations are desired to help offset the impact of reduced parking availability in businesses in the area. Therefore, be resolved, the staff be authorized and directed to implement the following changes. If you could put the picture up one, convert a portion of the westbound right turn lane on King Street at 5th Street to 2 one-hour parking spaces and reallocate the existing 15-minute parking space to the west limit closest to the intersection. 2, convert the remaining on-street public parking spaces along King Street between 5th Street and William Street from 2-hour parking to 1-hour parking. And 3, implement a no right turn on reds restriction for vehicles traveling westbound on King Street. At the amending bylaw, we implemented those changes. So that's the proposed. You can see that's the condo building right there. So taking those spaces and creating some spaces there. Because we've lost all the parking along the one side and along there, and the businesses in there are desperately need some parking. So we've been down talking to them, and they're really suffering from losing that parking space. So, and as well as the 1 hour, speaking with the BIA would like to move it from 2 hour to 1 hour while the construction's going on. So that's my.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Scotchy.
I'll put it on the floor.
Questions or comments? Councillor Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would support this. I was asking similar questions this last couple weeks as well, but got some different answers. But that's great. Can we look at the other half of King? I mean, one of the issues is the section just off this screen as well. Is there anything we can do with the Cenotaph to the end of the mall? Okay, I'm
Sorry, point of order. My mistake. We need a 2/3 vote to put this.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Nope, that was my fault.
It was all of our faults. We slipped our minds. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. So all in favor of voting on this tonight?
Sorry, can you push the buttons, please? Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
Thank you. We're missing one. Councillor Bondi. Councillor Wright? Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. Please carry on.
Sorry, apologies, Councillor Story. Back to you.
Nope, that's great. Is there anything we can do on the other half of that street? Just to the right of, like, if we were extending this map, it would be to the right on the south side. I'm sorry, I don't know my directions from this map, but from the Cenotaph to the end of that stretch. Is there anything else we can do on that stretch? Because those businesses are also experiencing challenges with the parking as well. Is there any way we can extend that?
Sorry, my motion suggests turning all of it 1 hour parking versus 2 hour parking right to William Street.
Oh, right to William. Okay,
Yes.
sorry, I was not
Yeah,
seeing
just
that
the map didn't
properly.
pick that up, but it's going right to William.
Okay, and the hoarding, does that change anything with the loading zone space? That'll stay where it is? The loading zone space, I know, is one of the loading zones are being occupied for long-term parking that aren't loading zone vehicles. So maybe, can we get some direction on what the bylaw enforcement will look like
Yes.
down there? Thanks.
Sorry, may I add to that, Madam Chair? Just that, yes, the enforcement, actually, if we can go to Edward, sorry.
Thank you to the acting chair. We have had numerous conversations with the downtown BIA, and we have been increasing the amount of enforcement we've had in the downtown. It's been their main focus, and it will continue to be their main focus. In terms of this proposed change here, it will allow for a greater turnover of vehicles, particularly the 1 hour versus the 2 hour we have currently today. So that should free up parking in this area.
As long as, yeah, I agree. In theory, that's how it's supposed to work already. I think there's been some challenges, but if enforcement's going to continue, I think the other piece is that the no right turn on Fifth is one of the concerns because of the sight lines where the hoarding is. So that means the no right turn on Red is going to probably be a fairly substantial change for drivers. So is there going to be some signage on that? Because that's a pretty busy corner to turn right on. So are we just going to have new signage to make sure folks are aware of that? Because right now, you cannot really see traffic coming down Fifth Street towards the bridge. So, thanks.
Thank you through the chair. When we implement a no right turn on red, there will be signage implemented so that drivers that are there will actually see it. I know it's not something that's fairly common in Chatham-Kent, no right turn on red, but it is common in most other municipalities. So we'll do a bit of education through our communications department on that as well, and we'll be putting up signage.
Thanks.
I think my question's answered. So we can still turn right, we just cannot turn right on a red. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'm happy to see this move forward as well, as long as people can keep accessing businesses and also being safe while they're driving and keeping the construction moving along. So we will put it to vote.
Counselor Bondi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. Mr. Mayor, you got 3 minutes to keep going.
The Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Bondi, are you okay with deferring your notice of motion, or you want to do it tonight, quickly?
I can do it tonight in one breath.
All right. Go ahead.
I, Councillor Harrigan, hereby bring forward the following notice of motion for debate and discussion at the January 26, 2026 council meeting, whereas council has had an approval for summer ice use policy that requires 30 booked hours of prime ice in order for an arena to remain open in the summer months, and whereas there is a $50 rate added to ice for the summer ice, and whereas councillors have heard feedback from user groups that there is a need for summer ice and have expressed frustration with the current process for ice commitment and concerns over additional $50 added to the ice rates, therefore be it resolved that in 2026, summer ice be made available for the 2026 summer season at a minimum of one arena based on demand, and for the 30 hours of booking and $50 premiums requirements be removed, and that staff inform all user groups and private ice renters of this availability by March 1st, 2025, and that staff return to council in the fall of 2026 with a report that outlines the total usage and financial implications of any deficits due to a lack of use be funded through the strategic reserve, and that report include any recommended adjustments to the summer ice policy to make it more community-oriented. Thank you.
Impressive, all in one breath. Councillor Bondi.
Is a work in progress. Be it resolved that council retain the services of Org Code Consulting, Inc. to provide an encampment response proposal for Chatham-Kent. The cost of this analysis is $51,000, $252.03. A presentation by Org Code Consulting, Inc. will be offered to council. Thank you.
Okay, closed session reports. Councillor Hall, and can I get C. McGregor to second?
Closed session report from Monday, December 15th, 2025. Council received information on labor relations and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege with regard to Public Utilities Commission Governance Review Final Report, Section 239 2D and F of the Municipal Act. I so move.
I so second.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Communication items. Councillor Wright and Doyle. Can you move those, please?
I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. The non-agenda business, anything very urgent? Merry Christmas, a joint Merry Christmas? Councillor Wright, go ahead.
A group picture of us before we leave.
All right, sold. All right, first and second reading. Councillor Allen and Story, please.
So moved.
So seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Third and final reading, Councillor Juvenile and Councillor Finn.
I so move.
Happily seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Hall and Councillor Anderson, can I just wrap it up?
I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, January 26, 2026, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
And I so move the last meeting of 2025. Merry Christmas, everyone.
10:45 right on. All right. Fantastic, everyone.